And we're back for another episode of Big Ten Live. It's our 13th show, folks. Welcome in. You may notice I am not Mark Rogers. He's going to be joining us in 2 hours. We have decided to flip-flop today. So he's going to take the 8 p.m. Eastern block, and I'm going to be going from 6 to 8 Eastern here. Want to first wish you all a very happy Memorial Day weekend and Memorial Day. Hopefully you all had an opportunity to do some things with your families or friends or whatever the case may be. We already have some people who've commented in the chat about what Memorial Day means to them. If you want to comment about that, whether you served or you have family that served or friends that served or whatever, however it affects you, one of the things we'll do ongoing today, in addition to talking college football, as we always do at the Voice of College Football, we'll be thinking about the sacrifices made by our men and women in the armed forces. I myself have 2 grandfathers who are no longer with us, but they both served. And one I actually knew, Pop, who was in Korea, and he was actually a photographer. And so we got to see pictures as we were growing up. All about that, and some of the ones around town and everything else. So it was a pretty cool experience to kind of hear the stories and all of that good stuff. We have a couple comments, Memorial Day comments as well. Faith, who posted hours ago, thank you for being the first. I have a military family, even though I'm a civilian. My grandfather was in the Army, Tuskegee Airmen. I have 2 cousins in the Marines and 1 cousin in the Air Force. So thank you. Thank your family. And thank you, Faith, for sharing that. That's awesome. Jason Moose, regular Michigan Wolverine. Looks like Uncle Butch served in the U.S. Army. He's a Vietnam hero. Grandpa Manuel, U.S. Navy, and Dad, U.S. Army. So absolutely thank them all for their service, and obviously rest in peace for those who are no longer with us. Thanks, not me, for that. Let's see who else we got. We got Jackson. We got Jackson in the house. What's up? Great for you to be here. We've got a Go Blue. Absolutely, Go Blue. Ed Rogers, my son serves at the Pentagon. Thank you. Thank him for his service for us. That's awesome. Yes, thank you so much. We got Jason O saying go Navy, beat Army. That might be a little controversial in here. I think we got some Army people, including Robert France, U.S. Army. So thank you so much for your service and for everything that you've done for our country. And we're going to continue to get. So please feel free to comment what Memorial Day means to you. However, if you feel comfortable sharing, thank you so much, Robert. If you feel comfortable sharing what Memorial Day means to you, then we'll be sharing them throughout the episode. When Mark gets on, I'm sure he'll say a few things as well, and we'll just keep sharing as people feel comfortable sharing things. But moving on to some topics. Reminder to please like, subscribe, and tell a friend that we're on. And if you like what we do, you can also join our Discord, talk college football all the time, our Patreon, patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. Just the other day, we had an Ohio State versus Clemson 2019 watch party, which was only available to Patreon members and YouTube members. So it was a really great time. Also want to thank our sponsor, Aura. I don't have the video queued up, but maybe Mark will play it when he gets on. Aura. So protect yourself, get your 2-week free trial, and check that out. And last but not least, when you're shopping on Amazon, you're doing your shopping. We got Father's Day coming up. We got all kinds of things coming up. Click on the link. I just literally shopped on Amazon a few hours ago and clicked on Mark's link. And you get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks. I mean, what's wrong with that? All right. So we got some topics here. First and foremost, the news that broke when they hadn't planned this, the Iowa show moving to Friday night, but the Iowa show had moved to Friday night. And then it just so happens that the news broke that day that Iowa athletic director Gary Barta is retiring. And from what I understood in that chat room, there were quite a few people very, very happy about that. And just a couple of things that he's done. There's been obviously with 17 years, you do have some positive things, and it seems like what he did in terms of fundraising, $380 million in facility upgrades. That's not bad. $650 million in private support, and the athletics department, the endowment actually more than doubled. So there are some positives, but of course, lots of controversy with discrimination cases and all of that kind of stuff that happened. Obviously, we had the fiasco with Brian Ferentz continuing to be the offensive coordinator of Iowa, a move that even Corey said he wanted that to happen last offseason. And I agree. I think that Kirk Ferentz, even though wasn't officially in charge of that decision, technically it was supposed to be the AD in isolation. Clearly, he was swayed to keep Brian Ferentz around. So what's his legacy? I mean, I think it's a shade of gray in some cases, and I think that if you want to hear the Iowa perspective, I recommend checking out the Iowa Hawkeyes live show from Friday night. It was really good, and they dove into some specifics with respect to Gary Barta and what he's done. It does appear that Beth Getz, I believe is how you pronounce it, who's currently the assistant athletic director, will probably be named interim AD, and then I'm assuming be considered for the actual full-time position. It's unclear right now if they're going to conduct a national search, but we should be hearing more in the next couple of days on what's happening. Congrats to Notre Dame. Absolutely. Congrats to Notre Dame on winning their first men's lacrosse championship. Will ND, I don't know if he's around, but he was very excited about that. Notre Dame getting some successes. Okay, refs cheated us. Great. Go Army and Navy. Absolutely. LBC Trojan Rick, who also, as we know, co-hosts Trojan Conquest Live every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 5 p.m. Pacific, has chimed in with a thank you to all those who've served. Absolutely. Hope everybody's enjoying their Memorial Day. Thanks, LBC. Michigan should hire Brian Ferentz? I don't think so. I think we're good with Sharon. I think we like Sharon. Yeah, Jason Moose. Yeah, we actually like Sharon. And now that Matt Weiss is gone, because he was the one who was really calling a lot of those gadget packages with the Philly special and some of the other things, Joel Klatt even called it out throughout the season. Lacrosse, yep. Notre Dame had a big lacrosse victory. Very excited for Will and the Notre Dame squad. So, what do you think about Iowa's decision here? And I mean, we think it's Gary's decision to retire, but probably some forces behind that as well. Do we think that Beth Getz, assuming that's who is picked, will be an improvement over Gary? If you have a thought one way or another on that or any other football topic, call the show. I have the link right there. You can call in. You don't even have to have your camera on. So that's completely up to you. Camera on, camera off. If you're a Big Ten fan, that's ideal, but you don't have to be. You can be a fan of any school, doesn't matter. Just let me know who you're a fan of so I can put it on your banner when you get on. All right, lots of topics today. We heard that Michigan State versus Penn State is moving to Ford Field. So even though it is senior night for Michigan State, They are playing it at Ford Field on Black Friday. As we know, when we reported on the night game situation on last week's episode of Big Ten Live, there's a lot going on as far as schools trying to back out of that. But this is one game that has been pinpointed, moving to Ford Field. So not great for Michigan State. But again, this is kind of one of the things that happens when your school's losing juice too. If this was Ohio State versus Penn State or Michigan versus Penn State, maybe this would be a different story. But maybe completely unrelated. Love to hear people's thoughts in the chat on what they think about the move. Dan Beast Media, a regular commenter, and occasionally does call in. We appreciate that and all the support from Randy. Big Ten coach. Ohio State was the only Big Ten team that could have beaten Georgia in 2022. Yeah, I'll buy that. I mean, Ohio State has positioned themselves as a postseason team, and that's like the reality. Like they're slipping in Big Ten play, especially against Michigan, because I think they've put a lot of resources in a 5-star elite passing game, which helps them against teams like Georgia, because Georgia actually has to defend both sides of the run and pass equally, and even more so the pass than usual. So I'll buy that. I mean, Michigan is kind of like Georgia, but not as much in the star rating. So there's similar mentality of team. So I'll buy that. Now, I don't buy that for 2023. I think Michigan could beat them in 2023, hypothetically, potentially. Not 10 out of 10 times, but I think Michigan in 2023 joins that group. Detroit, I think this was said in joking, but if you visit Detroit, I just went to Detroit for a conference not even a year ago, and I can tell you that the city is a lot different in 2022 than it was in 2012. A lot has changed in a decade, and a lot of public and private investment going into the city. Private investment, including Ford, which bought the old train station and turned it into the new campus for Ford. So a lot of investment going into Detroit. So if you visit now, you might be actually surprised. It's cleaned up a lot. Yeah. I mean, the roster of Ohio State and the wide receiving core and the line that they had, I mean, they were winning that game for a decent chunk of that game, and it went to the very end, midnight field goal kick attempt. So, I mean, what could Michigan have done that? And I am a Michigan fan, as most of you know. I don't know. I think given the struggles against TCU, I don't think 2022 was the year to beat Georgia. But 2023, that's a different story. It is a team sport. You're right, Dave. And defense is big. All right. Reports are saying, and I've heard this from a few different outlets now, that Colorado versus Nebraska tickets are starting at $400. And that's starting. And there aren't even a lot of those tickets left. I'd love for people to call in and give their take on what they think is going to happen, Colorado versus Nebraska. We don't have any callers in the queue, so please call in. I will say this. And Dan Beast, that's actually the floor. A lot of them are going for higher depending on where you're at in the field. So all you have to do if You don't take my word for it. Just Google Colorado versus Nebraska tickets. If you want to throw in 400, you can throw that in too, and you get articles that are saying exactly what I'm reporting here. It's interesting, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that in the 90s, Colorado versus Nebraska was a real thing, and now Colorado has Deion Sanders, who, let's face it, whatever his shortcomings, faults, whatever you want to say about Deion Sanders, the one thing I know for a fact he is excellent at is marketing and at getting butts in seats and tickets sold. And that's exactly what's happening here. Nebraska has a new coach as well, Matt Rule. And I think everybody's kind of curious to see what's going to happen there. Is it the letdown of the year? I think for tickets starting at 400, which is normally like Ohio State, Michigan level ticket prices, I think you're setting yourself up for a letdown. I think Nebraska is just going to out physical Colorado in this matchup. Do I think in 2 years that's going to be the case? No. I think Colorado will catch up to some extent, but this does shape up to be a curb stomp game. Nebraska has as John Madden always said, the football games are won and lost in the trenches. They're won and lost at the line of scrimmage, offense and defensive line. And let's be real. We watched Colorado in the spring game. It's nowhere close. They're going to take, even the biggest Pac-12 people are saying it's going to take a few years, folks. So $400 tickets, I understand the novelty of it, but I'm going to choose to watch it at home on the big screen. Yeah, Iowa, Michigan. Yeah, that was a. Yeah, did you pay for what kind of seats did you pay for? I'm assuming it was decent visibility for that price. Yeah, in the 90s, it was a great game. D-Rock, congratulations on your lacrosse championship today. And yeah, wants versus needs. Well, especially that game. Colorado is close to Nebraska in a smaller stadium than Lincoln. This game would be sold out. Deion or not, now add Deion. Yeah, and remember, Nebraska, there's a lot of Nebraska fans all over, including in nearby the Colorado area. I mean, Nebraska, I would argue, while I don't think it's as much a national brand as like an Ohio State, a Michigan, a Notre Dame, there are Nebraska fans all over the country. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So Shedeur, the quarterback, his son, looks good. There's no question about that. At Jackson State, he looked good, but the team, in my view, has two good players, Shedeur Sanders and the five-star talent, Travis Hunter, I believe is his name. The five-star player who is a hybrid player, and he does defense and offense. Those are the two good players. I don't really see and we'll see more talent emerge over this year, I'm sure, but the lines do not give. I'm not very confident about Colorado doing very well in this game, and Nebraska. They're going back to their physical identity. And in the Big Ten, Jim Harbaugh has laid the blueprint for in 2022, 2023, having a physical team run the football. And Matt Rule even has a fullback. So they're putting fullbacks back in the game. I think that style is going to do very well. It's done very well for other teams, including Iowa. We like to say things about Iowa's offense, but I don't think that the core philosophy of pounding the rock and physicality is the flawed piece. I think it's the game-to-game play calling that Brian Ferentz has done. So, yeah, is it the letdown of the year? Probably. All right, Penn State. Penn State, always a topic I enjoy covering on here. Big rival for Michigan, obviously. So James Franklin has moved from 17 to 13, ranked in Sporting News' ranking of 133 FBS head coaches. Is 2023 his year? And that's an open question. I'm curious to see Argraw, if Argraw pops in, what he thinks. There's a lot of factors that go into this. I think that one reason that he moved up is because of his Rose Bowl win. He finally won the big game. He beat a very good Utah team who's been back-to-back champions in their conference, and he did it. And you can make an argument that Utah was banged up, but it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's who's ahead on the scoreboard, and Penn State was ahead on the scoreboard. And you got to give him credit for what he accomplished there. He still has, in my opinion, 4 big games, 4 matchups that are tough for him in 2023. And I've said this repeatedly, and there's been some agreement, some disagreement. The 2 that everybody can probably think of in chat, Ohio State and Michigan. Those are the 2. Penn State's been actually closer some years to beating Ohio State than they have been beating Michigan. And then there were, obviously, Penn State was beating Michigan a couple of those Saquon Barkley years with Moorhead as the OC and some of that. You can kind of understand why they took over a couple of times. But recently, has that been the case? Not so much. So I think the 2 games, like I said, Michigan, Ohio State, they need to win one of those. And then the other 2 games that people aren't talking about as much is the Iowa game and the Maryland game. Both of those are going to be tough for Penn State too. And again, there's a big question on O-line. There's a question on quarterback. Can Allard be the guy? All of that is to be determined. And we do have our first caller. We got Jason calling into the show. How we doing? Happy Memorial Day, Jason.
Hey, John. Happy Memorial Day to you as well.
Hey, man.
How's everything going?
It's good. I was just chatting up some Penn State here, and James Franklin has just moved up the coaches ranking a little bit on Sporting News, and I think that has something to do with the Rose Bowl victory that he just had. But he's still
that would help.
He's still got some. I think 4. I was saying 4 key games that in 2023 that are obstacles right now. Ohio State, Michigan, Iowa, and Maryland all seem like they could, to me, that either side could win. So what do you make of Penn State, Jason?
I think similar to last year. I think they're going to be a very good team this year. But my biggest knock on Penn State right now is their quarterback. We just don't know what we're going to get from him. He seems like he's going to be a really good quarterback. I know he was a 5-star. He was recruited as a 5-star, but I don't know unless he dramatically improves, right before the season. Because he didn't. I know it's just a spring game. I know you can't really look at spring games, but I don't know, man. He didn't look too good to me in the spring game, so I don't know.
Yeah, and the little bit of time that we saw him last year, I understand that it's kind of hard to get into a rhythm when you're coming in,
right,
in relief for Clifford. So I get that. We really haven't quite seen him with all of the ones, and we haven't seen him. Obviously, Penn State's defense, even in the spring game, is going to be pretty tough when you've got half of the ones on, because normally that's how they do it. They split up the 1s and the 2s. I don't know the exact particulars of how Franklin did it, but I know that it's a little different when you're quarterbacking in the spring game. But yeah, I didn't really see anything that struck me as, wow, this guy's a amazing 5-star talent.
Yeah.
Mark mentioned, Mark mentioned one game early on that he was kind of wowed by the arm strength. But yeah, I just haven't seen enough.
But then again, Justin Fields is also pretty bad in the spring game, and he turned out pretty good. So I mean, anything's possible. But we'll
Yeah,
just have to wait and see. I mean, he sounds good on paper. He was highly recruited, but we both know games aren't won on paper; they're won on the field. So
yeah. Uh, Penn State has been that on paper team for a couple years now, right? They've been that
right,
team that on paper could get it done this year, and then they tend to fall short in the Ohio State and the Michigan games, especially. And they did break the hump in the Rose Bowl in terms of the bowl games. So I'll give them that. They broke that hump. They beat Utah. You can make a case that Utah was battered, and their quarterback was down. Larry Pilgrim, Utah fan, has talked about that on this show before. But at the end of the day, Penn State did what they needed to do to win on the scoreboard. And so they did break that barrier at least. So,
yep, for sure.
Antoine is excited to play Drew. Uh, Antoine, yeah, I smell the panic on Drew. Yeah, it's yeah, he's got his maize and blue glasses on, I think, a little, as is understandable after last season. But yeah, he's going to be potentially running for his life against the Michigan defense.
You were asking earlier, John, about Memorial High Phil. Memorial Day is a really special day for me. Like I was saying, my dad was in the U.S. Army. My grandpa that passed away, Emmanuel Copsalis, he was in the U.S. Navy, and my uncle Lester Copsalis, he was actually a Vietnam War hero. He won a distinguished service cross for his bravery in Vietnam.
Wow.
He was a Troop A, First Squadron, 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment. He drove a tank in Vietnam. So what happened was they were doing search and sweep to try to find like the enemy, and I guess they were ambushed by a bunch of Vietnamese. And his tank got blew up, and a couple of his brothers got hurt really bad, and he ended up carrying them like 2 to 3 miles to the closest LZ. So it was crazy. While he was shot like 6 or 7 times too. So yeah,
Jeez.
it's nuts, man.
And those
I'm
conditions,
very proud of him. I'm very proud of him for what he did.
and those
Uh,
conditions,
yeah,
in Vietnam were not great, as we know. Very damp, tough to traverse through that terrain. And
and it's funny. Yeah, it's
yeah,
funny that you say that because that's how my uncle ended up dying. He got Agent Orange over there. He ended up dying from that. So yeah, he was only 49, which really sucks. But yeah,
well,
we're very proud of him for what he did.
absolutely, you should be. Yeah, I just put your comment up from the beginning here, where you put up Uncle Butch and your grandpa and your dad, and hats off to you and the family. Definitely.
Yeah, happy Memorial. I hope everyone had a happy Memorial weekend.
Yeah, yeah. We just had a little get together at the house yesterday. Nothing too crazy, but it's always nice to get obviously a 3-day weekend, and then obviously commemorate and think back on everybody who made a sacrifice. So thank you for sharing that, Jason. And are they Wolverines, or is it a Wolverine family?
Oh yeah, we're all diehard Michigan fans. They all grew up. My dad actually wanted to play for Michigan, but I was like, well, so did I, Dad, but that never came true. That was always my dream too, playing football, but it just never happens. Sometimes you don't get to live your dream, but you can get
Yeah.
close, right?
Yeah, it's tough to play at Michigan. I know a couple of people who tried, or they tried to walk on, or whatever the case may be. It's not easy, but it's cool that you got the maize and blue runs in the family.
Oh yeah, we're all diehard Michigan fans
We
for
had
sure.
we had LFG. U of M had such a killer offseason that I'm tempering my level of optimism around PSU in the context of the 23 Big Ten East race. Michigan's O line will be lethal. I mean the transfer portal, getting Drake, the Stanford center, was obviously that was a big get, because you've got that compared with you also pair that with the returning production, not just on O line but across the board. Getting Blake Corum back is monumental because, like we talked about a couple of times, I think Blake Corum makes a difference between winning a playoff game and losing a playoff game. I think Blake Corum makes a difference between winning a national championship and just making a national championship. Like he adds that it factor that I think takes Michigan up a notch, and I don't think he's going to let Michigan lose a ton of games. I think he's going to be almost like a player coach this year and really take that leadership role. Let's see here. Hey, Troy. We got Troy V in the house. Just finished my pulled pork tacos. Awesome. Gotta love a taco. And now it's time for Big Ten Talk with One Scoop and crew. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, Mark Rogers is taking the 8 p.m. block tonight. We had to switch, so he's going to be on at 8, and I'm taking the first block here until then. So please call in, as Jason just has, and camera can be on or off. Doesn't matter. We can talk about Big Ten. If we want to talk about something that interlaps, I don't even care if it's if it's an SEC and a Big Ten topic. But feel free to call in. We can have multiple people at once. Happy to do that. Our Wolverine, one of our big Wolverines, Dependent Fanatic. Great story, Jason. And hi, everyone. Happy Memorial Day. We've got Dependent Fanatic in the house.
Thanks, Dependent. I'm glad you like that. I like my story. And everybody else who said thanks in the chat.
Yep, Troy. Yep, we got 15 hours overnight in the smoker. That sounds delicious. Oh man, we got barbecue talk going on here.
June is a pretty special month for Michigan, huh, John?
Who's a special one for Michigan?
The month of June is going to be big for Michigan.
Oh yeah, with the visits. Yep.
Oh yeah, 24 official visits.
Big official visits, including some 4 and 5 stars that are coming
in. Oh
in.
yeah, on June 9th. Yep.
That's big, and we'll probably.
You want me to? You mind if I list them? I can list them for you.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so on June 2nd, Michigan has 3-star safety Marquise Gallegos, 4-star defensive end Jacob Smith, and 4-star defensive end Brian Robinson are all visiting on June 2nd. June 9th, we have 3-star defensive end Dominic Nichols, 3-star defensive lineman David Pale, 4-star defensive lineman Owen Waffle, 4-star defensive end Elias Rudolph, 4-star quarterback Bryce West, 4-star offensive tackle Bennett Ward, 5-star defensive lineman Justin Scott, and 5-star wide receiver Ryan Wego. On June 16th, we have 3-star quarterback Andre Evans, 3-star defensive end Devin Baxter, 3-star running back Darian Dupree, 4-star linebacker Jeremiah Beasley, 4-star offensive tackle Michael Uni, 4-star defensive lineman Jordan Thomas, and 4-star quarterback Aaron Scott. And finally, on June 23rd, we have 3-star quarterback Terry Nichols, 4-star defensive lineman Darian Mayo, 4-star defensive lineman Brandon Davis Swain, 4-star quarterback Jameer Grimsley, 4-star linebacker Aaron Childs, and 4-star running back Taylor Tatum. Wow, that's a big list.
Yeah, and Childs and Tatum we've talked about on the show before. I know a couple of them we've talked about on the show, and you know, Jason, as well as I do, that these are visits, and visits don't always equal commits.
Right.
But I think that
But
there's enough
a lot of these
here.
are, yeah, a lot of these guys are leaving Michigan already. Most of them.
There's quite a few with crystal balls to Michigan. So
If we could just land like even 90% of these guys, I mean, I think we're in good shape to be a top 3 class this year.
So Dan Beast, as we know, is a Georgia fan, but also a media member as well, and has a channel, and is a little perplexed by my earlier statement about this year being different for Michigan. If we're talking roster like the Big Ten coach was, how is Michigan's roster vastly different this year? Well, first of all, it's not just about roster, right? It's partly because not only do we have returning production, but you have the people who are transferring in from the transfer portal. So that's number one. Number two, a lot of the other schools, including Georgia, have lost people, although I would argue quarterback is looking pretty good, but they've lost quite a bit. So that's number two. But how about the fact that the coaching, in my view, and you know, Jason, you watched when we had 2 offensive coordinators, and now we have a singular offensive coordinator and a singular vision with Sharon Moore. So remember, last year, Matt Weiss was the co-offensive coordinator, and he was responsible for a lot of the third down questionable gadget plays that that Joel Klatt basically called him out. Do you remember? Joel Klatt basically said, I think they're showing their stupid Tuesday work on Saturday.
Having 2 OCs was stupid. I don't know why they did that.
Yeah. So there's 3 reasons for you.
But look how much better we are off without, with Matt Weiss gone. I mean, our recruiting get a lot better since he's been gone. People love Jack. People love Campbell. Like, I swear, every recruit that has talked about Campbell has talked about how he connects with them, and that's hard to do, especially with young kids. So when you got that, you already have an advantage over everyone else when you can connect with kids.
Yeah, from what I understand, Kirk Campbell and even Jaden Davis's father, in one of the interviews he gave, was talking about this. So basically that Matt Weiss was not like a natural recruiter by any stretch of the imagination, but Campbell has really related to these players, I think, in a much better way than Weiss did. And I think that that's going to have a big impact on what we see in the field, what we see in recruiting. But yeah, just like Georgia, let's take Georgia. Georgia had a singular offensive vision, Monkins, for both of the national championship wins. So Joel Klatt has talked about this repeatedly. This singular vision, a sole OC, is something that he feels is really important that Michigan didn't have last year. And this year, you really have, I think, Sharon Moore taking that role. Will Jim Harbaugh have input? Of course he will. He's, let's be real. But I think this will allow him, hopefully Harbaugh takes that CEO role and is more of that, because that's where he's best. He's best at running a program and building a program to a top level. He's done it at the 49ers. He's done it at Stanford. He's done it at every stop he's had. He can build and maintain a great program. But let's have that singular vision, Sharon Moore, and I think you'll see less gadget plays that seemingly come out of nowhere. If there is a gadget play, they're going to set up the gadget play beforehand, where they didn't under Matt Weiss as co-OC.
Did you see the Bryce Underwood interview when Ohio State reporters were interviewing him? And then
I didn't.
He was kind of like, man, he wasn't really that interested, man. And then the Michigan reporter started talking to him about Campbell, and that dude just lit up with a huge smile on his face. He was like, "Yeah, that's my dude, man. Like we get along so well." I like Michigan's chances of getting Underwood, man. He seems like he's really, really interested in Michigan, so
Can you
he seems to
believe
be
that?
clicking with Campbell.
That is some 2 5-star quarterbacks in a row, and Underwood is the number one.
I mean, John, I don't know if you've seen it, but he just had a smile from ear to ear, dude. He just lit up when they talked about Campbell
Yeah.
immediately. I was like, wow, yeah, we got a really good shot at getting this guy.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, every school in the universe is offering him, and all the big schools are gonna there are gonna be some enticing NIL offers, guaranteed, that are gonna come to his door. But it really is a relationship based kind of thing, recruiting, and so if Campbell and Underwood have a great relationship, then that's a big step in the right direction. Whereas Matt Weiss was struggling, and
And I think if we can land Beasley, I think that's going to even make it even more of a possibility for him to come over because they were teammates at Bobo.
okay, yep, that was Sam. Okay, yep, yeah, and he gets a lot of those interviews. Dependent Fanatic reminding everybody to hit the like button. Thank you for that, Dependent Fanatic. We've got one of our resident Buckeyes, Charisse. Michigan has a cupcake schedule this year. Well, Michigan.
Oh God, not her, man. Oh my
God. I want to address this because many have talked about the cupcake schedules of some of the teams, not just Michigan. And you got to remember, Ohio State just dropped a home and home with Washington. So they did the same thing that Ward Manuel did. And by the way, you know this, Jason, I skewered Ward Manuel for the decision to drop UCLA. I thought that was the wrong decision. I think that from a ratings perspective, from a butts and seats perspective, and marketing, all of those things, it would have been great to play UCLA. And I think Michigan had a shot.
Yeah, but not only that, it makes us look bad as a university now. It's like, everyone thinks we ducked UCLA now. We don't have any control over that. That has nothing to do with the.
And Ohio State is now, they have the same reasoning for dropping Washington, which is more home games. Which, okay, look, they're playing the game. Do I love it? No, but they're playing the game of more home games. This is what we're seeing in college football. So I'm excited to play Texas and Oklahoma. Those games are going to be ridiculous. In 2024 through 27, we're playing Texas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Michigan.
I am too, because I'm tired of people saying, "Oh, you guys don't play nobody every year. You guys play cupcakes." Well, we're playing Texas and Oklahoma now, so they're not cupcakes.
Another one of our resident Buckeyes, Bucknuts78, who says, for Michigan and Ohio State, for Underwood this season, it means a lot for him. And yeah, I mean, if Ohio State does beat Michigan and has a season where they get to the title game or even win the title game, that may go somewhere in terms of where Underwood wants to go. Because, as a quarterback, if you're just looking at scheme and you're not looking at the programs, you're not looking at the culture, you're just looking at scheme and what scheme is going to benefit you more. Well, if you do make it to become the quarterback at Ohio State, you get to throw to people who are going to be playing on Sundays in a year or two. You get to throw to the best of the best. You get coaching from some of the best people in the industry, and Ryan Day is one of them, right? And they've produced now Justin Fields. They before him was Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace. CJ Stroud just went second in the draft. So, they do have that now to point to as far as, okay, here are the successes on the field, and then here's what we can do for you when you get to the NFL. So they have a recruiting pitch. But if Michigan continues to do what they've been doing the last 2 years, then I think that's a really good statement to for Underwood to consider Michigan for his choice. Let's see here.
I'm not saying it's a lock, but man, when he talked about Campbell, that kid's face just lit up, man. I mean, that's a good sign for me. I mean, I'm not. If you can read body language, I mean, that's all you need to see right there.
Yep. Inside the end zone, the recruiting is probably one of the best parts about college football. Yeah, it's fun to cover. I mean, we've been talking about it on Michigan Wolverines Live, which is every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. We talk with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, and usually we have guests as well, like Isaiah Hull joined us recently from Wolverines Wire. We had Reese Kurtula, co-founder of MGO DAO, the Michigan, one of the Michigan collectives, that were officially given the stamp of approval by Ward Manuel. So we've had some great guests recently, and we've been talking recruiting a lot and NIL and the impact of all of these things. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious to see how the video game handles it, because obviously it's been 10 years since the last video game. I'm curious as to how NIL factors in and off the field issues and all of the things that we now have to take into account, more so with recruitment and what we're doing. Like, will TikTok videos be a part of the game? It's possible, right? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that they're probably thinking about at EA right now.
Nothing is impossible anymore, I swear. Everything. There's no rules for anything anymore.
Erica, we got Erica Goldberg in the chat, giving a $5 super chat.
Hop on the panel, Erica.
Yeah, feel free to come on. I'll pop the link right here. I'm going till 8. We're flip flopping today, so Mark Rogers is coming in at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm happy to do a little mini panel until he gets on. But have you talked about Gary Barta leaving Iowa? It was the first topic. Yep. We talked about it, and
we sure did.
Here, what is his legacy and who's next? And we talked about Beth Getz, I think is how you pronounce it, but I could be wrong. Could be Goats. Somebody correct me.
I think Iowa's headed in the right direction with him retiring.
Yeah,
with Barta
absolutely. Absolutely. I think he was kind of a rubber stamp for Kirk, from what I understand. And
now they just need the Ferris brothers to follow suit, and they'll be all right.
Erica, was the first topic. It's all good. People still trickling in as we speak, so don't worry about
Iowa
that.
Pretty much needs it. Iowa needs a clean house, man. They pretty much need a clean house to start over.
Well, Corey Bratta talked about that on the Iowa Hawkeyes Live piece on Friday, because they had a special episode, and they talked about kind of the fact that it might, Corey believes it might be Kirk's last year as head coach, and I think it's either this year or next year. It's going to be close. So, what's not true?
Erica Sharice is a troll. Don't even respond to her comments. She's a troll.
Yeah. Well, I won't go that far.
That's why I blocked it.
I would say people get very excited about their schools, and the rivalry is strong in the chat, and it always is. That's how you know it's one of the best rivalries in football, because even when we're talking about USC or we're talking about Pac-12, Big 12, we get Michigan versus Ohio State rivalry in the chat. It does not fail, and it's just proof that it's one of the biggest rivalries in the entire sport. Troy conveniently left out ND for the schedule. Indiana is a conference game, which we are stuck with. Indiana is they're a tough opponent. Yep. They're up there. They're going to get probably 2 wins this year, maybe 3 wins.
Yeah, according to Sharice, Youngstown State and Indiana are tougher than Michigan's schedule.
Yeah, okay. So Notre Dame, look, Notre Dame has had moments in this last year, including towards the end of the year, where they look good. They also had moments where they lost to Stanford and Marshall and Cal. I think they lost to multiple of those, and I think one of them was close. So they lost to some opponents that they shouldn't have lost to. And are they a better opponent than East Carolina Pirates? Sure, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, yeah. Slightly, Indiana's probably slightly better than. I wouldn't say much better than East Carolina.
Yeah.
Let's not give them
So
too much credit.
offensive house needs to be cleaned. Yeah. Offensive. Yeah. Defensively, Phil Parker is really good, but I think the point is, Erica, that once Kirk retires, Phil Parker's probably going to also retire. So would it be great if he stayed? Yeah. Is he going to stay? I don't know. Probably not. I'm not as much of an Iowa expert though as you and Corey. So, therefore by proxy, if the offensive house gets cleaned, then the defensive house will probably also get cleaned, because if Kirk leaves and Brian leaves, then Phil Parker's probably going to leave too. Yes, Michigan and Texas have never played a home-and-home series. I am excited to see what
well, that's going to change, Rick. That is going to change, Mr. Rick.
And we're going to have potentially Jaden Davis or Underwood going up against Arch Manning in those games. So that's going to be interesting. Now, Arch Manning hasn't been looking super hot. He's looked kind of shaky in what I've seen so far in his last year of high school, as well as in the spring game. But yeah,
we got Chris Foot in the chat. Alert! Alert!
What do we
got Chris Foot. Chris Foot is in the chat.
Tim, you're always welcome. You're welcome now, even though USC is not. Anybody's welcome if you're a football fan to any of the shows and anywhere. And as well as I do, we've had Georgia fans and Kentucky fans and you name it. Utah, we had a Utah fan last week, so anybody's welcome on the panel and everywhere else. Let's see. Yeah, wow. We're getting some comments now. Okay. Antoine says, I think Notre Dame is going to beat OSU. That would be bad for OSU because they can't afford to have a loss like that. If they do, then they're in trouble, because if they want another playoff scenario, now it won't matter for the Big Ten, but it will matter when it comes to the committee deciding who gets into the playoffs. So if that happens, then Ohio State's probably not going to go in to that situation. We do have another caller. I'm going to bring her in. Erica Goldberg is in the house.
Hi,
Memorial
how's it going?
Day. Hey, Erica.
What's up, Erica?
How you doing?
Good.
I'm doing great.
Thanks for getting here a little early. We flip-flopped today, so
I'm a little hungover from yesterday.
It happens. Just thought I would join for a little while since I already missed some Iowa content, but that's okay.
We talked about Gary Barta, and I'm sure you were thrilled.
Oh, you don't even know. I was like jumping up and down. I was like, this is a little bit overdue, but I'm happy anyway.
Let's see.
I was telling John, Erica, that things are looking good for Iowa. I think Iowa's moving in the right direction now with him retiring.
Yeah, I think you're right, and we've gotten some good portal additions and some good recruits. And we totally dominated the state of Iowa this year, which usually we do very well in Iowa. That's no secret, but I think like 6 or 7 of the top 10 Iowa players are on our team, so that's pretty darn good.
Yep. You know who you got to get rid of next, though, right? The brothers.
Mr. Kirk. Mr. Kirk and Brian, right?
At least Brian.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know what? I think that I've heard Corey talk about, and I think I agree with him that if a tough decision has to be made and Kirk isn't willing to deal with that, then maybe Kirk needs to consider leaving as well, because he needs to do things for the best of the team, not for the best of the Ferences.
Yeah, well, we were talking. So I was obviously on the show, listening to the show with Corey and Mark on Friday, and I thought it was fascinating because they moved their show. They didn't realize this was going to happen, but then it was just the timing was great because then they were able to get on and talk about the news.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one of the things that we've been hearing repeatedly is that the AD is kind of like a rubber stamp for Kirk, or has been.
It's true.
So now, with whoever takes his place, we'll see if that continues. Because I don't know if the president of Iowa was in on that too or not. But it was apparently a informal, not a contractual agreement where Kirk had the amount of power that he did.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of rumors out there. I've read different things, I haven't found any evidence of anything as far as which rumor is true, so I don't want to repeat anything.
Yeah.
But I've read various things, like all over the spectrum as far as, was this planned, was this not, like how did it happen? So I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna repeat anything that I don't know is true. So, but it's all over the board, as you can imagine.
I believe it. Yeah.
Hey, John, are you able to type in chat while you're in the panel too, or no? You have to have options.
I can if I need to. Yeah.
I think you have
Can
to.
I do it?
I can't. Usually when I write,
I can't either.
Chat, I usually go on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone.
If you open up another tab, you just have to make sure that it's muted so that you don't have the echo.
I got you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's exciting times, and we're still working on getting possibly another cornerback from the portal. They're going after somebody from, I think it's UMass or the Boston area, I think. I don't know if we'll get him because he's gotten offers from a lot of people, including Michigan, actually. So, and I can't remember the guy's name. I'm gonna have to look on Twitter. But
D-Rock, congrats on your Memorial Day beverages there. We are asking for any Memorial Day comments about what Memorial Day means to you. So Jason shared his earlier. So anybody feel free to comment and I'll post it. And we're obviously thankful to all those who've given their lives in service to their country. So we've had a few comments on that so far, so we'll just keep that going. Tim is looking like he's chopping it up with some of the people in chat here. He's not afraid to roll up his sleeves and get into it.
I have to say, and I know we've talked about this ad nauseum, and Tim, don't kill me for saying this.
Yeah.
But I need to see more defense before I can believe that.
I think he would agree with that.
I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything or mean, but in the Big Ten, you need to have a good defense. That is what it is. And
and they've been working the transfer portal pretty hard.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see what they do.
I don't know how to do it. I'm just gonna say screw it.
Sean and Jason, Sean Nua from his time at Michigan, and he's a solid DL coach. So I think that they're probably okay there. They're definitely going to be able to beat a team like a Colorado and their line for sure. As will, I think, some of the. I think they'll be okay with most of their games. They just.
I got Colorado winning 4 games this year at the most. I don't see them winning very many games.
Jason O is correct. The one I was referring to is Josh Wallace. That's correct. Just for the record about the cornerback.
Chris, what do we have? Feel free to call in if you have an issue.
I think he's being sarcastic because I said I didn't want to offend anybody. He's being
okay. Yeah, we're happy to talk to you, Chris. And have a conversation. Texas had some.
Colorado. Christopher, are you saying that Colorado should be in the Big Ten? Is that what I'm understanding?
Whoa.
Well, they need to. Dion needs to build that program up a couple years before we talk about that.
Yeah, I'm
Probably
thinking
like
right now
3
they'd
or
be another
4 years.
Nebraska.
Probably like 3 or 4 years to be competing in the big.
Yeah, so LBC said exactly that. Yeah, Colorado will be lucky to win 4 games, and I think that's probably the ceiling for sure. I think my prediction is three to 3
I got them
wins.
at 4 and 8. They might go 3 and 9 too. I don't know. Possible.
Yep. Looks like we've got a special visitor, Mitt Yegnark.
Yeah,
Mr. Friendly.
I'm incognito.
Well,
so really quickly, guys, besides Michigan,
and
besides definitely Ohio State, why do we need a defense in the Big Ten? Discuss, because I don't see any prolific offenses outside of those two that I'm really, I would say if you're looking at offenses, the offenses in the Pac-12, I would say are better than the offenses in the Big Ten. Wrong?
I don't know, man. Northwestern looks pretty good. I'm just joking.
You might. Well, I think a team like a Penn State could also potentially threaten, depending on the year.
Yeah, if Aller puts it all together, if he's what everyone says he's going to be, then yeah, agreed.
Yeah,
but okay, so now we have 3 out of, and UCLA UCLA instantly be one of the better offenses in the Big Ten.
I don't think USC has to have a great defense. I just think they have to have a solid to good defense.
Yeah,
because their offense is so good. Their offense is so good.
That's right. I think that USC is the polar opposite of Iowa.
I think if they're in the top 40, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think we will this year. Well, I think we will be a top 4. We'll probably. I mean, listen, we could possibly even be like a top 30. If we're a top 30 defense, we're going to be. We'll most likely be in the playoffs. Let's put that. I'll go ahead and say that. With the top 30, I think we'll be comfortably inside the top 40. The pieces they put together. I mean, we hear that the SEC is the greatest thing in the world. Well, some of you guys know Dr. Lou. He's a doctor now. Dr. Lou was talking, and he was saying there's a lot of sour grapes about Bear Alexander. He said that he would have been the reason why he wasn't getting a lot of playing time because he was a true freshman. And what Uncle Lou says, a true freshman getting snaps on that defensive line, it does say something about how good he is. So any UGA fans out there that want to talk, they use this a leftover, or he was a cancer in the locker room and all sort of bullshit. It's just a joke. And they've done a lot. The Mason Cobb from Oklahoma State, guy's a tackling machine. So yeah, we did not have good players on defense 2 years ago, not last year, but 2 years ago was literally the worst defense I've ever seen at USC in my entire life. Yeah. Like they couldn't stop anything. They couldn't stop a runny nose. So,
well, like I said before, yes. I think that USC is the polar opposite of Iowa in that Iowa doesn't need a top 30 offense to do well. They need a serviceable offense, whereas USC needs a serviceable defense. And, Tim, we've talked about it before. That's why our teams, like watching both of them, it fascinates me because it's polar opposites.
Yeah, if we could have your defense, that would be great.
Yeah, if we could have your offense, I'd love that. So I still think we should get together and just go kill it.
Yeah, there you go. That would be amazing.
Yes,
I'm trying to think. There's probably going to be maybe
USC Hawkeyes.
Yeah, there might be 2 starters. There might be 2 starters from last year on this defense, and that's how busy they've been in the portal. And a lot of those guys, not all of them were a problem. Now all those ex starters, a lot of you guys with a lot of experience, are now the backups to the new stars they brought in. So I mean, we didn't just get better. We also we have depth behind it now. So I'm bullish on our defense.
Dependent Fanatic is 100% accurate with what he just said. Put USC with Iowa national championship. Absolutely. That would be the dream team.
Yeah. And I was saying before you got on, Tim, that USC has been kind of doing really well with the transfer portal. And I also think Sean New is a great defensive line coach. So
Yeah,
it really is just about putting those pieces in and improving that tackling in some of those key games. And then you're in the playoffs.
So you know what? That's the thing that gets me about Iowa's situation is that we did have a lot of good additions from the portal. And we have a lot of good guys coming in, and we just our offensive coach, which I don't need to get into this, but you already know what I think of him. So I don't know. I think it's going to be a very interesting year. Let's see if they can do well despite him, because that's what it's going to be.
Wisconsin fans.
Sorry.
Wisconsin fans have been cracking me up, man, because I had this one guy. I was talking to this one guy, and he was like, "Yeah, Wisconsin just had 24 stars. They just grabbed 24 stars to the portal. I looked at their list; they only have 2. I'm like, what is he talking about?"
That's weird.
Wow.
But Erica, back to your point. You're in the same boat that we're in. Either it works this year, or it's gone next year. So just stay that way. Either I'm sure. Listen, I'll bet you'd be more than happy to be wrong about Brian and just things spin around magically, and you have a new quarterback, and then everything's just clicking on offense. I mean, why wouldn't you, as a Hawkeye fan, why wouldn't you want that? Same thing here at USC. Either Grinch figures it out, right? Which I think he will, because some Buck Nuts, whatever his name was, 78, is saying, yeah, but who's the defensive coordinator? It's like, my blanket answer always to that is number one, he was hired by Urban Meyer. You know that? Do you know that? Like Urban Meyer hired him to his staff the year that he got asked to leave. So clearly he saw something in him. Then there's a guy named Mike Leach, pretty good offensive mind.
Right. Yeah.
He hired him as well. And then you have Lincoln Riley. I think he knows a little bit about football.
He
hired him. So I'm gonna go with those 3 over what Bucknuts 748 or whatever his name was.
You know what? I don't want to be mean or anything, but I am so tired of hearing what some of these Ohio State fans have to say. I'm so tired of them. And I'm not even a Michigan fan. And I'm not saying that with any,
Well, Wisconsin fans think they're going to win a national championship in year 1 with Fickle. I'm like, dude.
Do they?
First of all, they got to learn the system and scheme of his offense first and defense. Secondly,
you're saying that the Badgers think they're going to win? The Badgers?
Yeah, Wisconsin fans. I'm like, and secondly, he's he's going to have to get his recruits in first before they even start competing in the Big Ten yet. So I don't know if these guys are crazy.
John, could you put that comment up from LBC? Makes it good. He's kind of reiterating. He's just putting stats behind what I just said. So USC is 47-1 versus the Big Ten.
Yep.
We have McKay, Robinson, or J-Rob 1, and Pete Carroll. My point was, when we have a good coach, sure, yeah, you might, you'll beat Helton. Like Iowa destroyed a USC team in the Holiday Bowl.
That was awesome. I'm sorry.
Just shoved them. Yeah, just pushed them around for the whole second half.
Yeah.
But I think when if you remember also with Brad Banks, when we had Pete Carroll in that Orange Bowl, it's a different story when we have a good coach.
Yeah.
So we're a tale of two situations.
Yeah.
Sure, we're gonna get some Hackett's and some the Heltons that were gonna be terrible, and everyone's gonna write us off like, oh, USC's a has-been. And then what happens? We get a good coach, and then we go on a run.
You know what I love? You know what I love is when people think that Iowa just forever has been horrible on offense. I admit we've been horrible the last 2 years, but otherwise we've actually done like average, which I'm not satisfied with average. I'm not saying that. I want the best we can do, which I think we can do better than that. But it's not like Iowa has been horrible at offense for like 50 years or something. And that's how everybody acts, and I'm tired of it. So I hope that the team can turn it around this year, and that the chips on their shoulders that they all have, because if you listen to any Iowa player right now, that's all they're saying, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I hope those chips, pay off, because it's so exhausting.
Well, we, and there were a couple of questions in chat about Cade McNamara, or I guess the question was, that quarterback that transferred. His name's Cade McNamara. He used to be quarterback at Michigan, and he went in the transfer portal to Iowa. And then Eric All also came over in the transfer portal. So Iowa now has a quarterback that I think fits their system.
Yeah.
You don't need them to be Aaron Rodgers. You just need them to be able to hand the ball off and throw to the tight ends, which Cade can manage a game, and he can throw to the tight ends really well. So that's really what you need. 2 incredible tight ends, Eric All and Luke Lachey, right? Caleb Johnson, the running back. You've got that wide receiver now from Ohio State, and they'll getting players on the line too. So I think you've put the pieces together in terms of, at least on paper. It's just, how does it come together on the field?
And also we have that Ohio State wide receiver who's transferring in, which the Ohio State coaches were pissed that he left. So I think that's a good thing. That's a good sign for us. And also, I want to address, let me find the comment. Sharice Armstead, is that how you say it? Like, Iowa sucks. We suck so much that our defense was killing you, and your coach was like looking embarrassed for like the whole first half of the game we played you.
She's a troll, Erica.
Yeah, Sharice likes to stir the pot.
Yep, I've noticed that, but someone needs to put her in her place. I'm tired of hearing from these bucknuts.
Also, Roger Dodger, I'll bet you $1,000 that Taylor Tatum commits to Michigan. You want to bet on
that? Hey, hold on. Hey, buddy, listen, wait a minute. Wait, slow down. I think he's probably a lean, but there's a couple things you got to remember. One, it's May. Yeah. Okay, he's got 7 months.
He's more than a lean, bud.
Wait, what?
I'm confident. I'll bet $1,000. That's how confident I am.
He's a lot. Well, number one, don't ever put money on what a recruit's going to do, because they'll do something out of the blue that makes no sense whatsoever. So that's like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, let's 247.
That's like betting on preseason NFL games, man. It's just a bad bet.
Okay, so I'm going to just show the 247. So Taylor Tatum currently has 1 crystal ball. So Mike Roach, 1 crystal ball to Michigan, and also offers and warm interest by Oklahoma and USC are all in the mix as far as warm interest. And then you've got, after that, you've got some pretty big names like Alabama, and 39 total offers. So, while I think is it a Michigan lean? Yes.
I know he is. We'll just let him keep thinking that he's not going to commit to Michigan.
Can you go back to that really quick?
Yeah,
he has visits to SC and to, it's like Michigan in June.
It was
Oklahoma.
Yeah, the 3 warm ones are right
there. So he's got visits. So June 2nd. So we get his first one, and Michigan gets the last one.
Yep.
And really quickly, Mike Hart, phenomenal recruiter, phenomenal coach, right? But you guys might not know Kyle McDonald, but Kyle McDonald, we stole him from Utah. That guy is a great recruiter, knows Texas well, has an established relationship with Tatum. So I'm not saying that USC is going to get him, but to say that you're certain that he's a lock for Michigan at this point, 2 things. One, I would never count Lincoln Riley out when it comes to recruiting Texas. He's got a proven track record. They know him in Texas. They know his offense. Yes, if I'm a running back, I am looking at that offensive line that you have going to Michigan. Michigan's had some really good offensive lines lately. Obviously, that's what you're going to look at as a running back. But USC's lines have been getting a lot better as well. I'm telling you that, first off, I'm really happy with the guys that we have lined up at running back. But there's a good chance we could grab them. So I wouldn't. Don't go full Irish on me where you think that you won the recruiting championship sometime in the beginning of summer or before summer, because it's probably not going to work out. Look how it worked out for the Irish.
I know Jordan Marshall and I know Jane Davis have been going after him pretty hard. So I would be shocked if he doesn't commit to Michigan. I mean, there's always a chance that he could go somewhere else, but
I'm not going to put any money on it. But I would be shocked if he didn't go to Michigan.
So did you also see how? So he said there's a crystal ball. The crystal balls are rated from 1 to 10. That was a nice lukewarm 6, by the way. The guy's confidence factor. It was a 6.
Yep.
It wasn't a 9.
And no disrespect to USC, but if I'm a running back, I think I'm going to pick Michigan over USC just because of their history of running backs and their development.
You fucking epic. Are you new? Wait, how long have you been following football, man?
So you're telling me if you're a highly rated running back,
Yeah.
and you have a chance to go to USC or Michigan, you're going to choose USC over Michigan. I know USC is a good
sweet
program,
Lord,
but
look, dude. I don't know how to explain this to you, but we are running
we
back.
develop running backs well at Michigan, dude.
You're talking about a school that has 4 Heisman running backs. So I'm sorry, did I say 4? Try 5 Heisman running backs.
How long ago though? What was the recent one? Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush was the latest one. Yeah. When was your latest Heisman running back?
I don't know.
I'll wait.
No, we've had some really good running backs though.
So our last NFL really good running back was Ronald Johnson. He's a solid back. He's not all pro, but he was a great college running back for sure.
Yeah, I think maybe. Okay, can I just rephrase a little bit, Jason? I think I think what I'm interpreting is more so
recently,
Lincoln Riley's scheme. It's similar to what I say about Ohio State's scheme, where you have usually a quarterback that's probably going to win a Heisman or be in the Heisman conversation every year, throwing to these wide receivers, in some cases the medium long ball. And so a wide receiver, I could see a 5-star wide receiver going to USC in a hot second. Whereas a running back, I could still see it, but you see how I just see it as like 1 degree of separation. Whereas if you're a quarterback or you're a wide receiver, USC probably should be in everybody's top 3 or top 5.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, if you're a quarterback or wide receiver, USC is really going to be really high on your list.
See, here's the thing, though, you guys.
When it comes to running backs, Michigan's always high on everyone's list.
So USC threw the ball 515 times, right? Last year. How many times did they run the ball?
You tell me.
No, I'm just wanting to make a guess because we're talking this a one-sided offensive passing offense. They ran the ball 473 times.
I was going to say 460. So
I mean, it's not like in modern offenses, you are going to throw the ball a lot, So I'm not sure. It's not like definitely it's not a run first offense, but they ran the ball 475 times last year. It's not like this is like some air raid where they don't run the ball. It's far from that. Right. So I'm not seeing what you. And if you look in the NFL now, you guys, I mean, it's not like it's three. It's not like it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust anymore. There's dynamic passing offenses. The offense you're looking at with Lincoln Riley is the offense of the NFL now. It's not a run heavy Jim Harbaugh with 12 personnel, 13 personnel. It's not like that. It's you're going to throw the ball. So there's that.
So I think I hurt Sharice's feelings because she keeps saying that Iowa sucks. So how about you stop the keyboard warrior crap and come on here?
Yeah, come on in.
If you're that good, why don't you come on here and talk to all of us?
She's not gonna. Yeah, she's a keyboard warrior. She's not gonna get out of the chat.
Yeah, she is. She can't stand that Ryan Day was embarrassed during the first half of the game last year. The only reason we lost the game is because our offense sucked and we couldn't keep them on the field. So our defense played for 3/4 of the game. So they got tired. That happens. That's the reality at Iowa as it stands at the moment. So, Sharice, come on here. I invite you personally.
Same with that balloon guy.
He's always in the chat or usually the quietest on the actual show. So I wouldn't count your chickens before she shows up.
I don't. If that were a bet, I would not bet on it. I would lose money.
So I do have one topic that I'm sure everybody would love to talk about, which is the Rutgers topic. So I've put this up here. People have been asking me to cover some of the other schools a little bit. And so I was looking at this take from Christian Dyer of Rutgers Wire, who actually appeared on CBS Sports Radio and actually talked about the fact that Greg Schiano, it's looking like 3 years in, he's going to put the pieces together and eventually, I guess, get to a bowl. So closer to being a bowl program now than when Schiano took over, and they compared it to the last time he took over. Do they have a Ray Rice type or a player that's going to propel them to kind of break that ceiling of 5 wins? I don't know. That's
How
the
are they
question.
doing recruiting wise and all that?
Not well. I mean, they have the second highest recruiting budget of the entire Big Ten, but the
Well, that
results.
doesn't mean anything apparently, because if their recruiting's not doing well, but they have the second highest budget, what does that tell you? They're not using the money well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about Rutgers to truly comment, but based on what you're saying, it sounds like to me they don't do well with their money. They don't manage it well.
Yeah, they were the 33rd ranked class in 2022.
Beetle says Rutgers is better than Iowa, dude.
Oh man,
are you
drunk?
Oh,
Beetle has a bone to pick with Iowa. Clearly,
cut the cocaine, man. I don't know, or woman. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but you've got to be flipping kidding me. We killed you last year. Killed you. Are you joking?
I've been watching Beetle and chat. They're not exactly firing on all cylinders. Don't worry. They're not really.
Ridiculous. How can anyone say that Rutgers is better than Iowa? That's absurd.
I think that Shiano was the only head coach that they could get that had a prayer of bringing that program out of the dumpster. I think that's they by the way, they almost bungled the Shiano hire. It was getting held up in negotiation the second time around. They almost didn't get him. It was a last second Hail Mary. There goes the fight on. It was kind of a last second Hail Mary that caused Shiano to come to the university. So they almost didn't get him and maybe would have been stuck with another 1 or 2 win head coach. So at least they have somebody who there's a chance of bringing them into prominence. I'd love to get I put the link out to some of the media people that Mark has. I'd love to get like a Rutgers writer in here someday, talk about it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We got a lot of heat going on here.
We've got a lot of delusional people in chat who refuse to call in. That's all I've got to say.
Well, yeah, Michigan. So USC is ahead in the wins. So against Michigan, USC has 6 wins and Michigan has 4, I believe. So USC has historically won more, and I think that's partly because Michigan has tended to struggle in bowl games. Like this isn't people are thinking that this is a recent thing that Michigan hasn't done well in bowl games, but even back in the 80s, 90s, like the Bo era, the golden era of Michigan, and as some people call it. When he got to the Rose Bowl and got to the postseason, yeah, Michigan was there, but did they win every time? No. So could go either way.
Troy V, is there such a thing as a Rutgers fan? We've asked that question before on this very, very
trying to get Rutgers fans in here.
It's debatable, but I could say that I think if Corum doesn't get hurt, I think there's a good chance that he won the Heisman last year. Is that a bad argument?
I think he'd be up. I think he would have gone. He would have gone to the ceremony. Would he have beat Caleb? No, I don't think so. I think he would have probably come in second.
He would have been on the list for sure.
I can make a case for second place. I can make a case for if Michigan actually beats TCU, makes it to the national championship game, and at least puts up a solid fight against Georgia, and Corum is healthy the whole time, putting up 1,000 yards plus, et cetera, then I could see him coming in at second place. I don't think he was going to beat Caleb Williams in any universe, though.
Just really quickly, so I self-muted myself. John, dude, that dude is always talking, isn't he?
What's up,
John? Going back to you, your point you're talking earlier. So I was self-muted. USC has won 6 out of the last 7 against Michigan, going back quite a ways. So although it is 6-4, 3 of those wins were pretty early on in the rivalry.
Got it.
Also, just so people know, you don't need to have a webcam to call in. That's another excuse. So if you would like to call in and you don't have a webcam, please call us anyway. I never turn my webcam on and I call. You know.
Yeah, we don't need a camera for this show.
All I hear are excuses when people say that.
Yeah, there's some shows that we do try to ask for cameras, but in these types of college shows, we don't. Rutgers has. I'll give them this. They, it isn't. Chris is actually right here. They're not the 78-0 situation like when Michigan faced them in 2016 and won 78-0. Like Rutgers has actually competed in those games, and it's been one score a lot of the time. So, in 2020, Cade McNamara saved Michigan from an embarrassing loss that year against Rutgers. So, they've been close a couple of years. They're at least competing. They're competing. It's just, can they beat one of these teams and get themselves at least to bowl eligibility? I think it's possible. Depends on who they have, the pieces.
So let's ask this. Do you think it's going to be Nebraska or Rutgers who gets to a bowl game, or both?
Ooh, Nebraska I'd put ahead of Nebraska. Just seems like that with Matt Rule, Jeff Sims at quarterback, and the pieces that they have, I think that they can get themselves to 6 wins. I do, based on what I've heard, what I've seen.
I got Nebraska at 7-5, so yeah, I think it's very possible.
Tim, what do you think?
It's just going to come down to coaching and how quickly they can put it together. It's hard when you have year ones. It's really hard to know. One, do you have the personnel? Again, we saw that at USC on defense, and if you do have the personnel, how quickly they pick up, how complicated is your scheme? There's a lot that goes into a year one. I mean, what Lincoln Riley and what Brian Kelly and a couple other coaches and what I forgot his name, coach at TCU, what they did in year one. Dykes. That's not the norm. Usually, at the very least, it takes time to get your scheme in place and get rolling. So it'll be interesting to see what Matt Rule, how quickly you can get that thing rocking and rolling, and what Fickle can do. But I would think, given the situation, I think there's probably more pieces at Wisconsin. So I think Fickle might have a better, just because of the players. I don't know, but I'm just guessing.
Yeah. So who's going to get there first, Nebraska or Rutgers? I think Jason O makes a good point that Rutgers has a tougher path, right, versus Nebraska. Right, Rutgers has to play in the Big Ten East, and they have to face Michigan, Wisconsin. Now Michigan State has been having some rough times, but they could potentially like Northwestern has once in a while they're good. Ohio State, Iowa, Penn State, Maryland. That's a tough row to hoe. Nebraska has Michigan, Minnesota, Maryland, Wisconsin, Iowa. I mean, I just think, Nebraska doesn't have the easiest schedule, but I think that in comparison, I think they have, I agree with Jason O.
Mm-hmm. Slightly
easier path.
One person was asking about Minnesota earlier and what we think about them.
What do we think about Minnesota? I've said this repeatedly on the show that Minnesota feels like one of those teams where PJ Fleck has elevated them in a way that it reminds me a lot of Purdue and Jeff Brom.
Yeah.
Where they elevated the program, they got it to a certain point, and then there's a certain ceiling that they hit up against. And I think that's one of the reasons Brom left, because I think Purdue, that championship game was Purdue at its best. And Purdue, for 3 quarters, made Michigan sweat. So I'm not saying that they were a pushover. They made Michigan sweat for 3 quarters, and the last quarter, Michigan overtook them. But I think Minnesota's in a similar place with PJ Fleck. I think you can get that program up to a certain point, and then, will PJ Fleck look elsewhere? I think it's possible. What do you guys think about Minnesota?
I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I don't know. I feel like PJ Fleck, that's his greatest strength as a coach, is that he's an elevator, and he's just such a good cheerleader and just so team. I think that schools like Minnesota benefit from somebody like that. So I think that he's kind of reached the ceiling at this point. And I mean, I'm not saying he's going to go somewhere else, but I wouldn't be shocked if one day he does, in the near future.
Yeah, I like PJ Fleck as a coach. I think he's a good coach. I think I got Minnesota going 8-4 this year, so I don't know if he's going to go somewhere else, but That's my record prediction for them.
The problem with having, because there is really, I think he is a good coach. But there's a cap to how much you can win if you're not recruiting at an elite level, and they are not recruiting at an elite level. So without the players, you're not going to win 10, 11 games. It's almost impossible in a major conference.
I don't know how they do, like how they're doing recruiting. That would be an interesting topic to talk more about recruiting. I mean, we know that the Michigans and the USCs of the world are doing great, but what about the others?
Well, actually, USC is not doing great right now. But I mean, it's the same thing as last year. They had a late run in the summertime, and finished strong. But I think that it's. I just mean it. Look what happened to TCU, right? They went through some pretty decent teams, that, except for, sorry, John, right? They played some great football, but then they got up against, when you get to a certain level of talent, that they were exposed. And also they had to go through Michigan. Did they get injuries in that game? I'm sure they did somewhere. If they didn't outright get injured, they were banged up going into that game. And when you look at a TCU, and then you look at the roster over at Georgia, it's just disparity is just that much. Just like when you see Wisconsin looking at a Michigan, or especially like an Ohio State roster, it's that the talent level is just such a wide gap between the haves and have-nots that it really shouldn't, there shouldn't be many games where they're in them.
Mm-hmm.
This is interesting. Roger Dodger, USC's, is this for real? So USC's 2024 spring practice is up in the snowy California mountains. Is that a real comment or a?
I'm not even sure what he's talking about there.
You would know more than us.
It was played at the Coliseum, and that's nowhere near the mountains. Well, I mean, now granted, the mountains are about 25, 30 miles away. Well, 40 miles away, but I mean, no, it was held at sea level.
I think that this was said when somebody must have been talking about the weather thing again.
It's sarcasm. It's gotta be sarcasm.
Yeah.
Minnesota's 2024 class is ranked 12 now this is early. It's 2024, but 247 says 12. They were 52 ranked in 2023. Overall 52. So yeah, that would be an improvement if they get up to the teens.
That's just it. I mean, early on, they're getting, a lot of the better players hang on and don't commit until later, and that's when you have the big movement in recruiting classes. USC started out, I think, like in the 50s and 60s as well, but then by the end, December came around, they were somewhere around like 12 or 11, and then by the time everything was done, even with the second, with Juice Robinson, who was a late addition, they got down to 8. So where you are, and that's what I'm trying to say, where you are in May doesn't mean anything. Another thing, not only do you lose and decommits and get new guys, but these 247s, they re-rank everybody about 3 or 4 times between now and the end. Yeah. So you could have the number 1 quarterback who ends up being the number 6 quarterback. That's what happened to USC last year, which is absurd. The reason why they dropped him is because he was injured. He didn't play in any of the All-Star games. But there's a lot of movement even within the players themselves. So even if you can hold on to all the guys you have, if they start devaluing, they start dropping, and then other programs start bumping theirs up, there's gonna be a lot of movement that way as well.
The other thing about it too is that 247 isn't always the best at keeping track of all the offers. Like there were a bunch of guys that I was after where they offered, but the Iowa offer was not on the players list. So I mean, they don't keep up with it that well, I don't think.
Oh, Roger, sorry, I didn't catch 2024. Sorry, my bad.
I also don't understand Roger Dodger's comment. He said, I can't wait to beat Minnesota because they're the key to the Big Ten. Since when has Minnesota been the premier team in the league? Yeah, I don't understand that.
I don't understand that. Not only that, I don't understand how USC hasn't. Surely USC has beat Minnesota. That's crazy.
USC has not beaten Minnesota?
I'm asking. I don't know.
No, I think they have way back.
They must have.
I'll cheat. I don't think they played in my lifetime.
Yeah, when was the last time they played? Probably the 50s.
USC is 6-1 all time versus Minnesota. The last game was in. Oh, my bad. They did play. They played in 2011. Holy smokes!
Wow, I forgot about that.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
wow.
1967. Seems like yesterday.
Yeah, for Nebraska fans, a lot of times that is yesterday. Did I say that out loud?
This is embarrassing. They played them home and away. Home
Wow.
and away in 2010 and 2011. Maybe I was in shock about what's going on to the program at that moment. But I do vaguely remember it. But USC won both of those games. But then you got to go back to 1980. There was a home and away in 79 and 80. And then you go back to 65, 68 for the next one. So they have not played very often, but they've won the last 6 times they played.
So Christopher Foote says, no doubt recruiting is especially important, but so is development. 100%. But that's the thing is all the blue bloods can do it all. That's the difference.
Yeah. Nebraska has a coach now. Yeah. I mean, Nebraska had a coach before. His name was Scott Frost, and and his system worked very well for UCF and what they did.
True.
And when it translated to the Big Ten, it didn't.
Yeah.
He couldn't get the pieces that he was able to get at UCF to run that. And I honestly just think, we're seeing across the Big Ten a reversion to more of a physicality type of football. So that it's happening with Nebraska, right? Iowa's been that way. Michigan went back, tried speed and space. We remember how that went. And then went back to the Stanford 09 playbook and pound the rock. So I think that Scott Frost's system it wasn't the right fit.
But now, John, do you think that's the evolution of football is moving more towards, shall we say that Harbaugh's offense is a bit the antiquated model? If you look at a lot of for instance, the SEC, they went from that ground and pound, and now they're opening up and throwing the ball a lot more, and they're just seems like they grabbed ex-USC coaches and coordinators left, right, and center and made them coordinators over there in SEC. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's the future. And if that is the case, then maybe look out, because I don't know if that's a really effective model for football and modern football.
Yeah, well, I think Georgia did it really perfectly with Todd Monken, right? They had this physicality, this brand of football, but then they also still had modern concepts within. Right. I think that was a good balance. And then they won 2 national titles on the back of that. Plus we all know that they have a defense that's, top 3 in the country every year. So I think Georgia's like, if I have to think of a team that has a really good offensive philosophy, it's Todd Monken's version of it at Georgia, like in terms of the balance there.
Are you talking total yards, or are you talking about like yards per play? Because they had the ball a lot. When you have that Georgia defense, the other team's not on the field very often. So your offense gets a lot of opportunities to get yards. So I agree. I mean, but I wouldn't say that when I think of the best offenses in the country, I don't think Georgia's offense, to be honest with you. And the good news is Monken's gone. So what happens over there in Georgia with no Monken? I'm sure they're Bobo. They're all excited about Bobo coming back.
They are.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that works out.
They said Bobo was a reason why Dylan Raiola came to Georgia. So
I have to say that I agree with this comment that you just put on the screen, that complimentary football wins championships. Absolutely. That's 100% true. And it looks like Bama's moving back that way too.
That's just because
Bama's, I don't know what the hell Bama's doing.
Sometimes
honestly.
You move that way because you have no choice. You see, you need to have solid skill players in order to do what Ohio State's doing. You need to be able to have receivers like a Marvin Harrison, and the quarterbacks that are going to throw Stroud, they're going to throw the ball around. You need the personnel in order to run that type of offense. And when you do, it's a devastating offense. So like you watched Ohio State with probably one of the best, if not the best offense last year. How they do it? Well, they've got incredibly great running backs, receivers, and Stroud slinging the ball.
Yeah.
If you're Alabama this year and you're bringing in Tommy Reese and I forgot their quarterback's name.
Buckner.
And Buckner. Because you're pulling the ripcord saying, holy smokes, our offense is really going to be terrible. I mean, I'll hang out. I'm not going to say too much because Nick Saban, if anything is proven, is that he can get the right coordinators year in, year out, just replacing good coordinators, new coordinators, and doing a good job. But I think they're going to be going to if they ain't changing the Alabama scheme, it's going to be because of personnel and because, well, they just don't have the playmakers.
Yeah, we actually have the Notre Dame take here. So Alabama's missing the playoffs again. Tommy Boy is offensive coordinator. He never did nothing elite at Notre Dame. He struggled. I think there's no doubt about that. Now, he did have to deal with Drew Pine for a lot of the year. Buckner had an injury, but still, was he lighting it up? I don't think you could say Tommy Rees was lighting it up at any point in the season, really.
That was a head scratcher. I didn't understand that hire.
Yeah,
I still don't understand the Tommy Rees signing at Alabama. I don't get it either.
Like, you are Alabama. You can call anybody. And will they say yes? Not necessarily. But, like, if I'm Nick Saban, I'm making Cliff Kingsbury say no. I know that he has his contract situation where he preferred to be an analyst, and I understand why they did that. But I'm still calling him and making him say no, right? I'm calling Joe Brady and making him say no. Like, Tommy Rees is like one of the would be 50th on my list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, part of it, I don't know what you guys think, but Nick Saban's not a spring chicken anymore. So are you going to leave a good gig to go on a coaching staff where you don't know how much longer the head coach is going to be there? I mean, there are question marks to it. I'm sure they also look at the roster. I bet you the roster was probably light. And I agree with Roger. I guarantee if we're thinking it, they thought it, and they probably did reach out to him. He's like, yeah and no. And so I think what he wants to do is come in. He's got a good position. If he's an analyst at USC, USC should have a really good offense with
look out,
with Caleb. I mean, he gets to hang around in LA for a year. He likes the South Bay. I think he has a home here.
Yeah, he does.
To be an analyst role, doesn't have to recruit, doesn't do anything. And then he gets, just like the Saban car wash we've been talking about for years, go in, make yourself look really good, and then go for another coordinator job somewhere. That's probably what he's looking at doing.
Well, remember, there was like a couple of weeks there that he was the offensive coordinator. Didn't he get hired and he was there for a couple of weeks, and then there was the Cardinals job opened up?
Yeah, he was there for a cup of tea, about 1 month, and then he left, and we got Graham Harrell, who I warned Joey about, but they were excited. I warned you too, Chris. I told him. I said, I wouldn't be too excited about that hire, and they were.
Yeah, any problem at Alabama is not due to a lack of players. I mean, Alabama was the number one recruiting class in 2020 for the 2023 class. I think they were number one. So yeah, their players are going to be top talent. But from what I read, they like Buckner because he reminds them of a Stetson Bennett type, and they want to replicate the success of what Georgia did with Stetson Bennett with Tyler Buckner. Now, I don't know I'm scratching my head on that one, but in terms of receiver talent and in terms of running back talent, I would argue, and line play, I would argue that Bama smokes Notre Dame in almost every area in terms of personnel. So there is that element to it. But still, I'm kind of scratching my head.
Bennett wasn't the most elite or talented quarterback, but comparing him to Buckner, I mean, Bennett had that swag and that confidence about him that I just don't see in Buckner. I don't see it.
Yeah, Notre Dame fans, feel free to. Yeah, there we go. So we have multiple Notre Dame fans in chat who are discussing this as well. And so stop sign with Buckner. That's Bama BS. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're thinking. That's the mentality. They want to replicate what Georgia did. Will it work? I don't know.
Alabama's gonna have an insane offensive line. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stole one of our guys.
Is ridiculous.
So.
Well, I mean, even like Latham and Brockmeyer, they're gonna be juniors this year. And then they're gonna have an offensive line full of 5 stars, just like right across the board. So I'm surprised that they didn't pick up again. I'm surprised they could not pick up a marquee quarterback and a couple receivers. That's what's kind of surprising to me about Alabama. Alabama's run game is gonna be fine. It's gonna be what can they do through the air? Like I just don't think that I just don't think they're gonna get it done.
Well,
But anyway,
Antoine, so if you liked Alabama's defensive coordinator last year, they hired Miami defensive coordinator Kevin Steele for 2023. So I don't know if they upgraded. I mean, I will say Miami's weakness was absolutely more on the offensive side of the ball last year, and what Josh Gaddis was doing was just abysmal. I mean, the amount of what do they score, like 10 points a game? So yeah, would I say that the defense out of those two it wasn't as much of a problem? I mean, they still struggled, but still getting Kevin Steele again, I just don't know. I don't know about that.
Anton here says, just like I said, Bama coaching and development is going down. When you recruit 5 stars, how relevant is development at that point?
Yeah,
Well, you can have 5 stars, but if you don't know how to develop them, it really doesn't matter, does it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends how you look at the 5-star rating. Like, what does a 5-star rating really mean, right?
Troy makes a very, I think, reasonable point here. I'll believe Alabama's demise once I see it. They lost twice last year and are the toughest team to put away. 1 year does not make the end of an era. I hope they're gone. Just not buying into it. Yeah, those two losses were like last play of the game or like very end of the game losses. So it's not like they were. It was like they were getting blown out by LSU or blown out by Tennessee. They just, towards the end. So we got one more topic, and then obviously Mark is taking over at 8, so he'll be doing his thing at 8. So we're going to do kind of a wrap up, and we call this segment "I Didn't Hear No Bell," and it's our last segment. And I thought I had to give Erica a real chance to chime in on Gary Barta because I know that you missed that piece in the beginning.
Yeah.
And so just from kind of like a macro perspective here. When you're looking at Barta's legacy, I pointed out at the beginning a few things that he did do well, like Fran McCaffrey hire, the recruiting, the resources. He more than doubled the endowment of the athletic department.
Yeah.
So there were some positives.
Yeah.
And then you had everything else.
Everything else, yeah.
So Eric, I'm gonna give you the first thought on this one.
Well, I mean, you already said what I thought about it, what his positive points were. He was very good with donors, is the word on the street, and good at gathering, like you said, the funds and the money and that. But, I feel like he's a PR disaster, and I feel like he should have been out a while ago. So I, for one, obviously was ecstatic. I first was in disbelief. I was like, oh my God, are they really doing it? But then once I realized it was for real, that he was gone or going to be gone, I was very happy. Right now, my fascination is who's going to replace him. There's a lot of different names that have been thrown out. This Beth Gates or Guts,
Beth Gates.
Yeah. She's there as
assistant,
deputy AD or whatever her official title is. I think she has a second title too. I've read about
deputy director of athletics and chief operating officer.
There you go. That's it. Yeah. So I've read a little bit about her. I didn't know a lot about her before, but she has Big Ten connections. She was up for a job, I think, at Wisconsin, and either she was up for a job at Minnesota or was interim at Minnesota, something like that. So that's a good thing. She's familiar with the conference. She's very pro NIL, which Iowa fans really want because, I mean, our NIL collective has done pretty well, but there's room for improvement. We need more support. So I think she's a fit in that regard. She's young, which I like, because that means she'll be a bit more progressive with the way she thinks about things as far as how to go about the business. And she's also a woman, which I like, which I'm not going to go there because that becomes political. But I also still think, all that being said, although she's a stellar candidate in my eyes, I think we should still conduct a search. Sure. And then if she ends up being the best choice, then great, let her have the job. Yeah. My first instinct, which was totally, I know it's unrealistic. I would love to see someone like a Bob Stoops as athletic director. He's got the Iowa connections. He's got the personality. He's got a good reputation. I think he represents Iowa athletics very, very well. That being said, I don't think he's going to be up for it. He seems very content in XFL. I mentioned it on,
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was Mark's show or if it was Corey's or maybe both.
The one that Mark and Corey did on Friday, you were
That was
talking
it.
about it.
Yeah. So he has a YouTube channel for those of you who don't know, and I only know because I love Bob Stoops. But he
Right. Corey
comments,
was surprised. He was like, wait, Bob Stoops has a YouTube channel? Yes, he does.
Yeah, Mark
Yes, he does.
Mark and Corey both were like shocked about that. They couldn't believe it. But anyway, he hasn't said directly, but he hasn't seemed very keen on the way athletics is going with the NIL and the constant recruiting, just the pressures of everything involved. So I don't think it's, as much as I think he would be great, I don't think it's realistic that he'll be there as AD. So I think Beth will end up getting it. I hope we do a national search so we get the best qualified, because I think Iowa athletics / football right now is at a real crossroads. I think in a lot of our sports, we have the ability to be really something special. I mean, the women's basketball was just unbelievable last year. Our softball and baseball teams have done well. I don't know as much about them, but they've done well. The football team, we have the potential to be great. I think we have pieces in place, although Brian still needs to go, but that's a whole nother topic. So I think that who we choose, whether it be Beth or somebody else, I think it's going to be very important, because she's going to be hiring the next coaches for many of the sports, because some of them are getting older and they're going to retire probably within the next AD's tenure. So I think it's important they pick the right person.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. She'll probably be named interim. Yeah. And then I would think that they'll conduct a national search for their AD.
I mean, honestly, I know some people will probably laugh at this in the chat, but, I read an article from one of the media members that Iowa is actually a very desirable job for an AD. And I wasn't convinced at first necessarily. I mean, because I'm not a total homer like some Iowa fans are, but I read the article. It made a heck of a lot of sense, because like I just said, like, they're going to be hiring the next coaches for several of the sports, and they need to be up to par NIL. We need to go to a whole nother level with NIL, because Gary Barta, to say the least, was very anti-NIL. He wouldn't even hand over a mailing list to our collective or anything like that. He claimed it was illegal, but it's not, because other schools are doing it openly. So I don't think it's illegal, but he just was not helpful in the NIL category.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great.
So not great. That's an understatement. He was horrific. So yeah, that's my take on it. I just hope we pick the next person's the right person. I'm curious to hear who the panel thinks would be a good person for Iowa too. Who's realistic, not Bob Stoops, because I would love that, but I don't think it's happening.
Any thoughts?
Mike Bone's available.
No? I honestly don't know.
Yeah. We joke, but he's probably on they'll probably give him at least a bet. Like,
I don't
probably
know.
look at him for a minute.
It depends on if a lot of the allegations are true. I mean, he didn't do anything like egregious that we know of, right?
He's done enough. He's done plenty. He's done enough. He's just a PR disaster. He kowtowed to Kirk completely, and that's another important quality that the new person needs to have, that they don't do that. I want them to be somebody besides the NIL deal. I want them to be somebody who's going to hold whatever sport we're talking about, hold everybody accountable who needs to be held accountable. Because as far as I'm concerned, keeping Brian at Iowa, that's akin to murdering the program. I'm sorry. That's unacceptable, and he should have been let go like last year, if not sooner, in my eyes. We could have been such a better team by now, but yeah, that's my opinion. That's my take on it.
Well, we will see. We'll see how that they do on the search in terms of interim AD, and then conducting that search after that. But I know that Mark is taking over in 5 minutes. So I'm going to clear the deck for him here. Give everyone a chance to have a final thought. And if you want to share where people can find you on the internet. So we'll start with Erica. Final thought, where can people find you?
Final thought, I think the keyboard warriors need to chill out and actually come on here regardless if they have webcam or not. Come talk to us. We don't bite usually. I know I was nervous when I first called in, but normally, well, Tim, okay, I guess he does sometimes, apparently. I've never seen him do it, but he says he does, so I'll take his word. But seriously, though, if you're a keyboard warrior, don't be scared. Call in, even if you don't have a webcam, you do, whatever. You don't need to have a webcam. So get over yourselves and call in. And
yeah, don't be scared.
Sorry, I'm just being honest. Hey,
no, you're right. Yeah,
I'm just being honest. That's me. People should know by now. That's how I am. And if you've seen my Twitter, which is Eriquita0115, you know that's how I am. So feel free to follow me. I talk about Hawkeye football, women's basketball when that's in season, politics, cute dogs, and travel. So feel free to follow me, and don't be a keyboard warrior.
Yeah.
Good job,
Come
Erica.
on in.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Erica.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening,
Bye,
everyone.
Erica.
Bye.
All right. Jason, I'm going to you next. Final thought, and where can people find you?
I don't have a lot to say. Stuff I talked about earlier. Happy Memorial Day to everybody, and I talked about my family and stuff. And it's gonna be a really exciting month for Michigan in June. We got a lot of official visits, so looking forward to that. And all the people I mentioned already. So I had fun chatting with you tonight, John, and everybody
Likewise.
else. And have a good night. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
Good job, Jason.
All right, Tim.
Bye, Jason. All right, Tim, on to you.
Just to remember to reach out. This is Memorial Day, and if you know someone that has lost one of our fallen heroes, definitely reach out to anyone. The family members. Years don't always heal all wounds, so make sure you're talking to people. If you have veterans out there, make sure you're talking to them. They may be going through some hard times. Just remember, we're losing a lot of veterans to suicide. So, this is this opportunity to remember that these people did serve, and we all owe them. And just one phone call can make a big difference. And shifting gears to self-serving, you don't want to come watch me, but you can see Rick. Rick does a great job on our show. And next week we're going to have this guy. A lot of you guys in the Midwest should know who he is. He's Anthony Munoz, arguably the greatest left tackle of all time. He's coming to spend an entire hour with us. They'll be interactive. You guys, if you have any questions for him, we'll try to fit them in. I can't promise, depending on the schedule, but he told me he could be there for the entire hour. So it's a great blessing to have a Hall of Famer on our show. Please come check it out. And thanks for having me.
Thank you, Tim. Or Mitt. I'm going to read this super chat so Mark doesn't have to. I'm going to save Mark from reading this one. Nick for $9.99. In order for Ohio State to actually beat Michigan, OSU will have to have an intervention with Ryan Day to stop with the never-ending hair transplants for his beard therapy. Nick, we appreciate your contributions as always, and bringing something to the show. So thanks for that. Any minute now, we're going to have Mark Rogers, voice of college football, joining us. I do want to wish everyone a happy Memorial Day. For those who've served, for those who we've lost, who have sacrificed, made the ultimate sacrifice for the country. We are having ongoing comments as far as people sharing their stories. So throughout the show, we're just encouraging people to share their, if you feel comfortable, share your story or your loved ones or whatever the case may be, and we'll put it up on screen. We had a couple of really great ones to start the show off. Hey, Mark.
Hey, John.
Happy Memorial Day to you.
Happy Memorial Day. I love a number of directions that you guys have gone just here in the last few minutes. So I've been enjoying my Memorial Day. So unfortunately, I did not catch the bulk of the show, but I've heard the last 10 or 15 minutes. And from a football standpoint, it's been great. From a event standpoint of what's on the calendar, a holiday standpoint, I appreciate the comments that Tim just made, that you just made. And yes, I love that people are sharing their stories in the chat. This goes way beyond football. We're football fans and we talk football every day, but this is a special day for us to commemorate those that have gone before us, that have passed on, those in service. I know it's Memorial Day, but those men and women in service currently, but certainly for us to give the ultimate honor and respect to those people that have passed on, and they have fought and died and paid the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom, and for us to do this even. So thank you to all of them. And thank you for sharing. And Tim had some great words about, reaching out to some folks, if you know of those families that have lost loved ones, whether that's been recently or not even recently, because yes, the loss of loved ones does never go away. So great words by all of you. Really good show. This is going to be tough for me to to follow up.
It's kind of like, yeah, it's like the Twilight Zone. We're flipping the script today.
And thank you, John, for being accommodating so we could flip the script. So thank you.
Anytime. But Mark, I'm going to leave you to it. Go get my workout in. I'll be listening in the background.
Thanks so much, John. Thanks, you, Mark. Everyone. We have left the link to join the show. So please take your cue from Erica. I left Jason Musa a comment here backstage to say, my goodness, whether it's I'm following up at 8 o'clock Eastern time, or I typically lead into John's segment for the 2-hour block at 8 o'clock Eastern time, I almost always find John, Erica, and Jason really talking up some Big Ten football. So they've formed quite the trio there. They should probably start their own show. But taking off of what Erica had to say, please join the show. I understand that maybe StreamYard's not the most convenient app. I don't know. So I got to tell you that from time to time, this doesn't happen very often. This is very rare that somebody will complain about the StreamYard app being some type of an issue, but 99% of the people just jump on, whether they're a guest or whether they're a viewer and caller, make no issue of it. So I don't know what the experience is. So I cannot sympathize with any of you. So anytime I hear that anyone's had an issue, I just say, I apologize. I'm sorry. I don't feel your pain. I don't know your pain because I'm never on that end of it, joining somebody's show. Speaking of joining somebody's show, each and every Monday, yours truly is on the Spurs Up Show. It's a South Carolina football, basketball, baseball sports show, South Carolina sports show, hosted by Chris Phillips. So it's the Spurs Up Show, and Chris Phillips has been nice enough to ask me to be a regular guest each and every Monday. And so that started a few weeks ago. Now, as soon as I say that, of course, and promote that, I'm not going to be available the next 2 Mondays. I will not be around for the next 2 Mondays on the Spurs Up Show. Yes, I wanted to pull up the Twitter to where we posted again earlier today. Again, thank you so much to everyone who has served, and certainly to those families, mine included, that have had past relatives serve in the military and who have passed. Let's see. Also on the Twitter feed today, yes, the promotion for the Spurs Up Show. Again, it's every Monday at 1:15 Eastern time. And if you just look at the Spurs Up Show on YouTube, you will see my appearance there each and every Monday. So the Spurs Up Show on YouTube, Chris hits me up on not just South Carolina football by any stretch. He takes us across the nation. It's always a great discussion. We talked about a number of ins and outs of college football and the SEC in particular. So SEC fans, I know a few of you are a bit downtrodden that we have tucked away our SEC live show, at least temporarily. Please understand that that's not in any way my disregard for the SEC, of course. Best conference in college football. Can I say that on a Big Ten show? Sorry, I had to, but the best conference in college football, and we were doing a Tuesday noon show for the SEC, but that's kind of a difficult time, and I am obligated to 11 or 12 live streams for these team live streams that you see on the team channel. So we hope to, if I had it my way, we would do a conference show for every conference. And actually, back when I had 100, 200, 300 subs a long, long time ago, Wednesday nights, we would go ACC live for an hour, SEC live for an hour, Pac-12 for an hour, Big 12 for an hour. And we did 4 consecutive shows for an hour long and brought in some great guests. And we did conference shows then. So that's something I would love to get revved up in the future. I wanted to run down some recruiting news connected to the Big Ten, because there have been a number of big-time players that have made connections recently to the Big Ten. First and foremost would be five-star wide receiver Ryan Mingo, 6'2", 205. He has announced that he is visiting the University of Michigan. That's on, again, the weekend of June 9th. So in 2 weekends, it's five-star wide receiver Ryan Mingo, 6'2", 205, visiting Michigan. Then there are a ton of players that are also announcing that they have placed Michigan in their top and final group. So we've got three-star defensive lineman D.D. Holmes out of Washington, D.C. He's got Florida, Florida State, Maryland, South Carolina in his final group, but also Michigan. No other teams from the Big Ten besides Maryland and Michigan. That is three-star defensive lineman D.D. Holmes out of Washington, D.C. The 12th rated safety in the country, Ricardo Jones out of Georgia. He's a top 150 player. He has announced his final group. It includes Michigan. Tampa wide receiver, Bradell Richardson. He's the 63rd rated wide receiver in the country, number 68 player in the state of Florida. He is looking at Michigan State, Oregon, LSU. They are in the final group, but also Michigan. These have just come out in the last few hours. Michigan also in the final group for four-star offensive tackle Michael Uini out of Texas. He's the 169th rated player in the country overall. And again, a four-star offensive tackle. Texas, Florida, Bama, Clemson, and Michigan for a offensive tackle, a four-star out of Texas. And this is what I'm seeing out of Michigan football and Jim Harbaugh and his staff in this recruiting cycle that we've not seen to this degree. Recruiting in the South. We have a four-star top 10 safety out of Georgia. Michigan's in the final group. We have a Tampa wide receiver. Michigan's in the final group. We have a Texas four-star offensive tackle. Michigan's in the final group. Now we've got the 34th rated athlete in the country, Mekhi White out of Virginia. He's got a host of schools, 9 schools. I'm not going to go through all of them. Penn State, Arkansas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, among the 9, including, again, Michigan. So Michigan with 5 final groupings in which they are included, just announced today by those 5 athletes. You've got a four-star defensive tackle in Ernest Willor. He's looking at Penn State. He's announced that he will take an official visit to Penn State. We have the number 1 rated interior offensive lineman in the country, guard center. He is out of Massachusetts, and he has selected for his final grouping Wisconsin, Penn State, and Ohio State in a group of 9. That is his final grouping. Those are the 3 teams from the Big Ten: Wisconsin, Penn State, Ohio State. And finally, the other note that I caught is that four-star offensive lineman Wyatt Gilmore, Minnesota, Miami, Oklahoma, Oregon, K-State in his final group. So Minnesota, the 1 school from the Big Ten. The other note there, and this is the top-rated offensive player. This is the top-rated offensive player in the state of Minnesota. So considering staying at home and playing for Minnesota, also Miami, Oklahoma, Oregon, Kansas State. The big disappointment here is that Nebraska was all in on Wyatt Gilmore, and he did not place the Cornhuskers, Nebraska fans, in his final group. All right, we had a great show last night and appreciate everyone who stopped by, because over the past week to 10 days, we've released our program rankings for 2023. Please check them out. We went from 133 all the way up to number 1. And no, I'm not doing any giveaways for anyone who could guess our number 1 program in the country. But just to let you know, 133 all the way up to number 1. Check out the rankings and check out last night's show, because we have a lot of fun. I love doing this, where I will present a rankings, for example, And then we'll all get together after I've released all those videos to bring everybody in, take your calls, take your comments, take your questions. And so again, check out the rankings, and this can be an ongoing discussion, the program rankings for 2023. We're going to do our top 25. We're going to update that as we lead into the season, of course. And we're also going to do all-time rankings. But let's right now take our first call of the second block of the Big Ten Live show tonight. We've got Golden Playbook on the line.
How's it going, man?
It's going really good today. How are you?
Doing good. Happy Memorial Day.
Happy Memorial Day. Thanks for calling. Appreciate you being here.
Yes, this is my first time. I've been a long time viewer of the show.
Well, thanks for calling, and I'll ask you this. How was the StreamYard experience to call in?
It was pretty good.
Okay, good.
I didn't have any problems with it.
Excellent. Excellent.
At first
So
I did,
you've been
but then I
watching for a
figured it
long
out.
time?
Yes, I've been a long time viewer of the show.
Well, it is an honor to finally to hear from you and speak with you. This is awesome. I love when people that have been watching for a long time have decided to call.
Yes. Yeah, I've been a long time viewer, and I just wanted to kind of just get, my thoughts a little bit, obviously about Notre Dame.
Yeah, what's on your mind tonight?
So I just think that, I don't know how you feel, but I think that this year is probably going to be, I'm not going to say we're going to go make the playoffs or anything, but I definitely think that since Marcus Freeman is going into his second year, that he's settled in now, and we got a quarterback, which we haven't had an elite quarterback probably in 20 years or longer than that. So I think we have a shot this year. As long as he stays healthy, of course.
So I do believe that your point about Marcus Freeman is a valid point. I think it's just logical to think that a coach that, first of all, is a first-time head coach anywhere. So this, I think, holds true for any coach taking over a program for the first time, even if they've been a head coach elsewhere. But we're talking about first-time head coach anywhere, and he's the head coach at Notre Dame. So to jump into that position, even though he was already on the staff, already the defensive coordinator, so of course he was already acclimated to the culture and the players and all of that, but to be thrust into that role, which obviously is a lifetime opportunity, I agree with you that if he is running this program correctly, that he has his feet on the ground and has such a better barometer of what needs to be done this offseason than last offseason, number one. Number two, your point about Sam Hartman, I've got to think that he's the best quarterback for this team since Brady Quinn.
Right, yeah. Brady Quinn was I would say he was pretty good.
Well, Brady Quinn was a superstar at the collegiate level. He was good enough to be drafted in the top of the third round of the NFL draft.
Yes.
I thought Brady Quinn was I don't like to throw around the term great very often, but he was an extremely good top-end college quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. I think we probably should have made the playoffs when he was playing.
Well, there was no playoff at the time. There was just a BCS championship game, so you had to make the top two.
Oh, yes.
Not the top four. So it was a little more difficult at that point.
Yeah, I just Marcus Freeman, to me, compared to Brian Kelly and all that, Brian Kelly to me just didn't really put in the effort. He didn't really want to, he got lazy after a while. He didn't want to recruit as Marcus Freeman he's actually showing that that he cares about the players. He's actually going to recruit, and maybe he wasn't as experienced in the beginning of the season, but he certainly turned the season around. I think he's gaining that experience.
I understand what you're saying about the recruiting difference, and certainly Marcus Freeman seems more committed to it, seems more invested, seems more energetic, and ready to take up the grind. And Brian Kelly, that is the knock against him. However, I would, in defending Brian Kelly to a certain extent, pro Brian Kelly people would tell you that he got tired of the grind because he didn't believe that he was getting the type of resources and support from the administration. And so that caused him to kind of back off and not give it everything he had because he thought that he was limited there.
Right. And not to bash him a lot, because I know he was a pretty good coach. He got us back to relevancy. It was just the big games that we had, the bowl games. We had trouble winning that, and I just think that that Marcus Freeman he's not as experienced, of course, as Brian Kelly. So I'm not trying to compare them, but I'm just saying Brian Kelly at times he just didn't want to really recruit. He was a good coach, but I know Notre Dame is harder to get into, the academic levels and all that. So that could have had a factor on that, and obviously, I just didn't feel like his heart was truly there, but I respected him, as a coach, getting us back to the playoffs. But I just don't felt I felt like he didn't do I don't know. I just don't think he did enough.
Well, I'm hearing from you, Golden Playbook, and I'm hearing from a lot of other Notre Dame fans who feel the same way that you do about the difference between Marcus Freeman and Brian Kelly in terms of the approach and the energy given to and the investment into the recruiting. However, I do believe that possibly some of that has to do with just Brian Kelly's demeanor versus Marcus Freeman's demeanor. We did see that Marcus Freeman finished with a number 10 ranked class this past season, this past cycle, and that's pretty much on par with what Brian Kelly was doing before that. So I'm going to wait and see as to whether Marcus Freeman is truly a better recruiter and leader of recruiters than Brian Kelly before I make that call.
Right. I'm just gonna let it, play out first. I just think I have a feeling that he's gonna be a good coach, but I'm not gonna say for sure right now. I'm just gonna until he lands, those top guys, then I'm gonna start believing more. But I think he's got the personality, to do it.
Well, I think he does too. He connects with young men and and has that ability to build relationships, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right, Golden Playbook. Anything else?
No, that's all I have today.
Well, we appreciate your support and thank you for calling in.
All righty, thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Longtime listener, viewer, first-time caller, Golden Playbook. That's nice to see. Now we've got a longtime viewer, but also a previous caller, and one Mr. Robert Franz. Robert, how you doing?
Robert Franz.
I'm
Not
sorry,
Franz.
Robert Franz. I don't believe I've ever said your last name or heard you say it.
Yes.
My apologies on that.
That's no problem.
I believe based on our exchange on Twitter today that you've served in the military.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. I hope you're given the kind of thanks and respect out there when people find that out that they should give you.
Oh, a good bit of them do. When, especially when they read my profile on Twitter, they read U.S. Army veteran. They're like, "Thank you for your service." Sometimes they don't realize until I mention it.
Sure. Well, thank you.
Yeah, since it's Big Ten, I was looking during your other cohort was talking during the first hour. I was looking at Penn State's starting lineup. I was like looking, okay, running back. I recognize the school he comes from in high school. Then I looked at the middle linebacker. I'm like, I definitely know that one because both of them come from schools where I was grew up in Pennsylvania. I'm like, oh, we have representation of of people that played football in my area of the state. Which one is the starting running back, one's the starting middle linebacker for Penn State.
And what part of the state is that?
That would be northeastern central Pennsylvania.
Northeastern central Pennsylvania. So,
Yeah.
like, what town are we talking about? Like, what towns? Give me a few towns because I'll recognize them.
Okay, the further south that it goes is to Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
That's more east. Then it would stretch close to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And the furthest north it goes even further would be Scranton, Wilkes-Barre area.
All right. I am familiar with all of that area. Have spent time.
Which that's where I'm from. I come from more of the southern area, which most people would recognize the beer that's made in my hometown of Yingling.
Yes. So you're making this observation about some of their top players coming from that area. Why? Is that different than what you've seen in the past?
No, I'm actually proud that they're getting the start.
Okay.
That's the big difference because usually our guys don't get the start at big schools like that. They usually go to the FCS level or things like that. And seeing two of them at least make it, it's actually makes us feel good for the people that come from that area because there's nothing to be really inspired to be, pretty much.
Very cool.
Yeah, because one I know he played at Governor Mifflin, which is a little bit further west of me. The other one played almost exactly north of me, and that was North Schuylkill, where I'm originally from is Pottsville. So,
name the other school, the first one you just mentioned.
North Schuylkill is in combines of the towns of Governor Mifflin. This is high school for the running back.
What is the name of the company that they work at the office? The TV show.
That's up in.
It's in Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, I know, but their company is called something close to that. Somebody help me out in the chat.
I don't know. I don't watch the office.
Governor Mifflin or something.
It could be Governor Mifflin. All I remember. I don't know.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
There's got to be some Office fans. There it is. Dave has let us know. Dunder Mifflin. I bet they got that from there. That's my guess.
Because that's the name of the high school, but it's not the name of the town. Because we have a few schools like that are not named after the town. Like North Schuylkill is not named after the town because it covers up the towns of Ashland and Frackville, Pennsylvania, which they just call it North Schuylkill instead. And like the same thing with some of the southern area, which is all the farm schools, all the farm areas. It's under Blue Mountain area school district. So it's like when I hear some of those school districts, I'm like, oh, I know exactly. I'm very familiar with those type of playing. I'm like, when I heard North Schuylkill for the defensive side, I'm like, and he was a middle linebacker. I'm like, okay, I know how we play defense in that neck of the woods. We're always playing hard defense. While seeing the kid from Governor Mifflin, I'm like, okay, running back. Okay, that's one of our fortes is running the ball and playing hard defense. I was like, that's something some of our guys can inspire. They can work hard enough. They might end up going to a big school like that.
So let's look at the Penn State football roster. See what you got here. See if we can. We've got
their depth chart and everything.
We've got, starting with the numerical roster, top to bottom, Virginia, Michigan, Ohio. Okay, State College area, Keaton Ellis, a safety. You got Pittsburgh,
that's
Chamberlain, Cass Tech. Where's our next Pennsylvania kid? Alabama, Maryland, Ohio, Virginia, Alabama, York, Pennsylvania. I know where that is.
that's south.
Bo Prabilla, their backup quarterback.
Yeah, that's their backup quarterback. Yeah.
Then you got Mekhi Flowers, really good player from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
Shillington, Pennsylvania. I don't know where that. Oh, Governor.
That's
Mifflin.
Governor
There you go.
Mifflin. That's the one I
Nick
was talking about.
Singleton. Well, yeah, he's
Yeah.
a star.
Yeah, the starting running back. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he's the starting running back. I was looking at the depth chart, and when you said Shillington, I'm like, that's where Governor Mifflin is out of.
Yes. Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, 2 studs at running back. Abdul Carter out of Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's very south of me. So
Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Anthony Ivy.
Lancaster. I know that's south of me too. Lancaster, also where I was originally from.
Another Philadelphia player.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got Wexford, Pennsylvania. Don't know where that is. Khalil Dinkins.
Wexford, I think that's Western Pennsylvania, if I remember right.
Pittsburgh, Reading.
Well, Exeter, I know that one. Exeter Township, that's Reading, Pennsylvania. Also, I know where that is. Face them every so often too.
Here's an interesting transfer right here. Trey Potts had a really good run of seasons at Minnesota, but even though Penn State has 2 of the best running backs in the conference, he's still transferred to Penn State, and he is coming back home.
He's from Williamsport. Yep, Williamsport, so he wanted to go home.
Got another running back from Pennsylvania, Scranton, London, Montgomery.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple of Pittsburgh players. Mm-hmm. Carnegie, Pennsylvania. Don't know where that is.
Yeah, I don't know where Carnegie is either.
Orfield. We're getting our geography lesson on Penn State football.
And also the state of Pennsylvania itself.
Yes. All right, Robert. Appreciate you calling. So anything else on your mind concerning Penn State or the Big Ten or anything else?
Right now, it's actually seems like it's pretty calm with the Big Ten right now, besides the media issue that they have, that minor one, but it seems like very peaceful.
It is peaceful. We're going to start to see a lot of commitments here, both in the Big Ten and just across the nation here in the next several weeks. But for right now, a lot of players are still visiting campus, still going to camps. But the Big Ten should be releasing a scheduling format, I would guess, here in the next month for the 2024 season.
Yeah, I know there was an uproar with the Penn State versus, I think it was Michigan State, where they're going to be playing, if I remember right.
Yes.
That one I knew. I remember hearing about that. That's the only bad things I was hearing is usually just where games are going to be played and things like that this year.
So, yes. So that's going to be a night game on Black Friday.
Yeah, at Ford Field, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a Michigan State home game. And so there's some discontentment over that because the Michigan State, if you're a Michigan State season ticket holder, as I understand it, I didn't look into it, but as I understand it, that's not on their ticket plan. So I don't know if they're being reimbursed for that game, but for some reason they just want to sell those games individually, that game individually.
That just sounds crazy.
Yeah,
so
I would think it would be.
It was not on the Penn State side, so it's the Michigan State side instead. That's giving the problems.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because I heard that popping up every so often. I was like, is that on the Penn State side or is that the Michigan State side? That's
Again, I didn't look into it, but I just heard, that because there was an issue with how many high-profile games these networks were going to get in primetime, that NBC wanted Penn State, Michigan State, and so they kind of appeased NBC because there was a rift because of what Kevin Warren did not communicate in negotiating this contract, that NBC was due a night game on that particular weekend, so they settled on Michigan State, Penn State as a Black Friday game to even boost the notoriety and the exposure for the game, but it was going to be played at Ford Field to guard against the weather.
Mhm.
But that it was a Michigan State home game. And then I saw something that Michigan State season ticket holders would not be eligible. They could go
Mhm.
buy another ticket, but that their season ticket package didn't cover
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, I know a few people that have Penn State season tickets, and they would be flipping mad if they did that to them.
Yeah, and they should be.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't blame that. Even when I hear where I live now in Austin, Texas, if they decide, oh, it's not part of our season ticket pack, I would hear it all over the place in town about that.
Plus, I'm
UC
just
did
also
that
not
to them.
understanding why they wouldn't. I don't know how many season ticket holders Michigan State has, but they're trying to fill a 75,000 seat stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's going to be possibly difficult to do. I don't know.
Yeah, unless the Penn State fans come in, then it's gonna, instead of it feeling like a home game, it's going to feel like a road game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they don't want that to happen either. So I can see Michigan State's concerns on that.
Well, if they're that concerned about it, they should have their season ticket holders at the game.
Reimbursed. Yeah, get them reimbursed, and they can give them like, okay, we reimburse you so you can buy the tickets for that game. Who knows? Would be a good option because I feel bad for them.
Yes. All right, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else going on tonight?
Nothing much at all. Just waiting for this bad weather to blow by.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call. And again, thank you so much for your service.
No problem.
All right. We keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We have left the link there in the chat. Give us a call. Keep in mind, again, program rankings are out there for 2023. Great show last night. Thank you for your contributions. Please check it out if you missed it, and comment on where I missed it regarding program rankings from 133 all the way up to 100. Also, earlier today, I'll throw this out to the Big Ten fans, and I will look at our poll to see where that stands right now. So, released earlier today was our video looking at the college football playoff seasons of 2018 through 2022. So, what we're doing is we are challenging the national championships because not every national championship was earned. And there are other teams that earned national championships. And if you followed the series, you will understand, or if you have seen our previous deliveries, content postings on disputed national championship seasons, check them out. They've been well received. I thank everyone that's commented and been so kind about and supportive about what we've done there. So we have broken down 1983, 84, 90, 91, 96, and 2000, I believe, are the years where if you just look up disputed national champions, you will find the videos there. So what we've done here is we've decided we are starting with the year 2022. No, I am not a fool. I am not trying to take a national championship away from Georgia that was one of the most dominant teams we've ever seen. No. In no way, I will say straight out, as I did at the top of that video, I am not in any way going to challenge any national championship that was won during the playoff era. I have some questions and some disagreements with the four teams that were selected at times, but all those national championships were clearly earned. I do think that, though, there are some situations going from year to year that we could highly question the four teams that were selected. And there were no such cases in which I believe the College Football Playoff Committee just flat out blew it. In no way in those 9 seasons was there a season in which I thought that they just missed it. Like, that particular team had the resume and was definitely the choice, and they took that team. But I do believe that almost all of those seasons, there are other teams that had a argument. And so that's pretty much the focus of the video series during the playoff era, is challenging the 4-team selection from year to year. There are challenges to be made. Now, once we hit 2013 and go back into the BCS era, then we will be revising national championships. Believe me, we will justify other teams that should have been awarded, or in my eyes could go out and claim a national championship for particular seasons. Almost every season there are other teams out there. All right, so we're going to go through the BCS era into the poll era and have a good time doing that. Let's check out our poll. So what I posted earlier today to lead into our Big Ten live show is what college football playoff teams, what teams left out had the biggest gripes. $607 votes in what team most deserved to be selected during the playoff era. Understand, I only have 5 spots to work with. Only 5 spots to work with, so I would have included more options. So we also received 31 comments. So let's get your feedback on this. Most deserving team not selected to the playoff. 2014 TCU. Of course, that was the year TCU and Baylor tied for the Big 12 championship. There was no Big 12 championship game. TCU lost to Baylor 61-58, blew a 3-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter. Otherwise, TCU would have been in the playoff. Ohio State would not have been in the playoff. TCU 35% out of those 607 votes. Penn State in 2016, 11-2 football team. Ohio State got the nod at 11-1, but of course, Penn State was the Big Ten champion and beat Ohio State head-to-head. Ohio State had the better record. Ohio State also had the better wins, both outside the conference versus Oklahoma, a top 5 team, and against Wisconsin, a team that, of course, Penn State beat in the Big Ten championship. So 2016 Penn State with 23%. The 2018 Ohio State team lost a horrendous game against Purdue, of course, 4-touchdown loss for the Buckeyes. Otherwise, Ohio State was a 12-1 football team. The issue in this particular season was you had, in 2018, Clemson and Bama were undefeated, and they were the dominant teams in the sport. Notre Dame was also 12-0, did not have to play a conference championship game, sat on their rear ends, while Ohio State had to go win the Big Ten, and Oklahoma, as a 12-1 team as well, had to go win the Big 12. And so once Ohio State and Oklahoma both won and Notre Dame was undefeated and in the clubhouse, then the College Football Playoff Committee had to decide between Oklahoma and Ohio State. Oklahoma lost to a better team, Texas, lost in closer fashion, and then they also avenged the loss in the Big 12 championship game, an opportunity Ohio State did not have against Purdue. So by far, Oklahoma had the better loss. Ohio State, I would argue, had the better wins. And so that was the Ohio State argument for 2018. 2020, Texas A&M finished at 8-1. Notre Dame made the playoff field as the championship game loser to Clemson by 24 points in the ACC championship game. And Notre Dame became the first team to lose a conference championship game. Kind of strange to do that, considering that Notre Dame doesn't belong to a conference, that they were playing in a conference championship game one year. That one I will never understand. I will never get behind. I will never in any such way support or understand and think that that was a complete and pathetic joke. But Notre Dame was participating officially in the ACC that season. lost by 24 points in the championship game, but still was selected to the playoff above Texas A&M. And then you see 2022 Alabama. So we had Tennessee, we had Alabama last year. Of course, Tennessee won the game over the Tide. Both teams went 10-2. If you're an eyeball test person, then you side with Alabama or Tennessee, most likely over TCU. But if you're a resume person, the one loss for TCU or Ohio State, you can go that route. But the playoff results, somewhat for many people, justified Ohio State's existence in the playoff versus TCU losing by 58 points in the championship game after they lost the Big 12 championship game. So I throw out Bama in 22. Other possibilities here, and we'll go to the comments section. If you want to call the show again, the link is in the chat. But in the comments section, in addition to those teams, let's see what we've got here. Our buddy Chris Foote says Alabama would have made an excellent addition to last season's tournament. The Scabble Gabble says 2018 Georgia had a stronger case than 2022 Bama. Well, that's kind of an interesting way to put it, because I understand that you believe that Georgia in 2018 had a really good case, and they did. They lost a game in the season to, I believe, South Carolina. 4-8 South Carolina beat Georgia. Then Georgia lost the SEC championship game to Bama, up by 2 touchdowns, and lost to the team that was the consensus number 1 team in the country. So Georgia was a great team, and I have no issue with anyone arguing that they were one of the 4 best teams in the country. However, they had no conference championship, and they had 2 losses. And I think that's what the Scabble Gabble is arguing. But to argue a team in a particular year against a team from another season, I get your argument that 2018 Georgia had a stronger case than 22 Bama, but they were not competing for the same playoff spot. So it's kind of irrelevant. So we got 2016. They, whoever that is, took Washington, and they lost to Bama 24-7, but Washington's defense only gave up 14 points, pick 6, and fumble within the 10-yard line. Yes, Washington played Bama well in that game. Jason says 2015 Ohio State with all those great NFL players. And that was the Ohio State team, of course, that lost on the last second field goal to Michigan State. Michigan State won the Big Ten, went to the playoff. And in one of the cruelest and most ironic turns in sports history, I think this gets underplayed, that Ohio State fans laughing at, pointing at, mocking Michigan for blowing that game against Michigan State, in which the punter could not just simply catch the football, catch the snap, and fall on the ball, and the game would have been over. He had to inexplicably spin around and throw the ball up in the air and allow the Michigan State player, whose name escapes me right now. I've looked this up several times because I think I should remember this guy's name. He's the guy that broke his leg as he was being tackled going across the goal line, but he sprints in for the touchdown. This gives Michigan State the opportunity to win the Big Ten championship. And it actually, Michigan's demise, Michigan's tomfoolery, knocked Ohio State out of the Big Ten championship game, and most likely a playoff spot. I am going to make the assumption that the 2015 Ohio State team would have whipped the 2015 Iowa team in the Big Ten championship game. Mark LaFleur says 23 Michigan. Laugh, laugh, laugh. UCF in 2018. UCF also in 2017. Keep that in mind. 2 consecutive seasons where UCF, much like Cincinnati a few years later, ran the table, but they did not have that opportunity that Cincinnati had, of course, in 21. 2008 USC. That's not a playoff year. This is all 2014. Another vote for 2015 Ohio State. Michigan in 2016. So Michigan, back-to-back Big Ten champs. I'm with you. I get your point, even though Michigan would still have needed to defeat Wisconsin in the conference championship game. They came within what was possibly a blown call and measurement by the official of walking off the field against Ohio State as the Eastern Division champ at 11-1. Would have been a slight favorite like Penn State was against Wisconsin. I can't take that for granted, but we'll never know. And if Michigan would have won that game, we would have seen Michigan in the playoff 5 years sooner. We've got a little jab there at our buddy Chris. We've got, what about 2014 Baylor? I only had so many spots to go with here, but 2014 Baylor, of course, they had the argument over TCU because they beat them head-to-head. If you go with better loss, well, TCU had the better loss. They lost to Baylor, but Baylor beat TCU and they tied for the championship in the Big 12. Art Gross says Penn State was robbed in 2016. Tim says that Cincinnati in 2020. So they're part of my video as well. Check out the video that I posted today. I love the topic of going through the years and kind of rectifying what happened and what was selected and determined. Cincinnati in 2020 didn't play the toughest schedule. So they went 9-0, but backed it up against Georgia in the Peach Bowl. And if they could have managed the clock better and had Podlesny not hit a ridiculous 52-yard field goal, then Cincinnati would have upset Georgia in the Peach Bowl. Reminds me of another Peach Bowl where Georgia escaped. And then we've got Michael Wall, who says, I was actually hoping you'd do this right, but nope. Okay, what here we go. Oh, my goodness. Michael Wall. Michael Wall, are you out there? Call the show. Let's talk about this. Michael Wall says, I actually was hoping you do this right, but nope. The horrible grammar aside, the bigotry, that's a term that shouldn't be used in sports debates. The term bigotry. Let's ease up a little, Michael. Calm down. Bigotry. Yes, I'm a bigot against UCF. That's me. I'm a bigot. It finally comes out. Yes, I'm a huge bigot against UCF football. The bigotry and biases and ignorance and discrimination continues. Oh my goodness. We've got bigotry, ignorance, and discrimination against UCF. And what's completely ridiculous and annoying and pathetic about this is in response to not a video. It wasn't like I posted a video where he didn't agree with my analysis and came out with that garbage. This guy, Michael Wall, is responding to me posting a poll. I only had so many spots. There, Michael Wall, who says 2017 or 2018 UCF should have been on this list. Won the obvious choice. Okay, I only had 5 spots, Michael Wall. And you know what? Calm down. Stop using defamatory type comments when discussing a football playoff decision. It's a bit extreme. You know what? No, it's ridiculously extreme. That's just being a pathetic human being. So let's not be that. And I responded to our buddy Michael Wall, who I would love to have call the show. And let him know you obviously have not been following me. I have been outspoken for UCF in 2017-18 since it happened. I even recommended UCF hang a banner, a national championship banner, if they so chose, and they did. But even before they took that step to post that banner, I suggested it. I recommended it. I said, if I was the president of Central Florida or I was the athletic director, I would post a banner. I would say, you know what? We did everything we could do. We are 13-0. We went out, and I find this so ironic and so amusingly ironic that UCF team in 2017 defeated Auburn, who beat Georgia #1 at the time and Alabama #1 at the time, who won the national championship in the playoff. That UCF beat that Auburn team that beat those two teams in the same building. They beat them in the same building that Auburn defeated or won the SEC championship game. And yes, it's just somewhat amusing. And but Michael Wall wouldn't know that I've stuck up for UCF all these years, because I'm a bigot and I'm ignorant and I'm discriminating against UCF. I've never heard those terms used towards somebody debating football. That's beyond pathetic. All right. So anyway, that's our take on. Again, we have started the series where we are dissecting every college football season. Everyone, check out the series. We posted the first video today. And we will post another one most likely tomorrow. Most likely on Tuesday. We'll look at we will look at, in the next video, we'll go through 2017, 16, 15, and 14. And then once we start in the BCS years, they become so complicated, and there's a lot to sort out, that we will do an individual video for each season of the BCS until you folks prove to me that you don't want to watch those. But I still may produce them for my own amusement. Antoine is arguing with someone here. Ohio State, it don't matter when you win the damn championships. All that matters is that you won them. Most of your damn championships is old as hell too, doofus, or do you want to discount them too? Must be a Michigan fan, or must be an Ohio State fan who is discounting Michigan's national championships, where we don't have any video of the actual games, because I don't think we have any videos of games in 1948 and prior. I think we just have the one Michigan championship that we can actually watch. I think that might have been what set off Antoine. Charisse having fun with Notre Dame fans. Notre Dame once owned this series 2-0. Back around 1988, 9, 90, when Notre Dame was arguably the best football program in the country, they won the championship in 88. And of course, they were top 3 or 4 the next 2 seasons. Probably should have won the national championship in 1990. Rocket Ismail, the clip, the Phantom clip, and all of that in the Orange Bowl. When Notre Dame and Ohio State signed to play again, back-to-back, home and home in 1995-96, boy, I was thinking, wow, this is not going to be pretty, because Ohio State football was not in a great place around 1988-89, but they certainly got their acts together by 1995, and they whipped Notre Dame back-to-back seasons. And at that point, Notre Dame was up 2-0 in the series, because they won in Charisse is saying 1939. Yeah, I'm not discounting what year it was. I thought it was 35. I thought they played in 35, and maybe the other year was 39. I distinctly remember 1935 being one of the years, or 1936. Anyway, 2 games in the 30s went Notre Dame's way. One, they were down 13-0, which back then was like a monumental feat to come back from 13-0 down. And Notre Dame scored 18 points, I believe, in the fourth quarter to win 18-13. So Ohio State had to wear this 2-0 deficit for close to 60 years. And then they evened the score with back-to-back wins in 95-96. And since then, of course, they have won 2 postseason games, 2 Fiesta Bowl games after the 2005 and 15 seasons. And then they won this game, of course, last year. So Ohio State's got a 5-game winning streak in the series and 5-2 on Notre Dame. What I believe to be a phantom clip in the 1991, meaning the 1990 season, Orange Bowl, Colorado and Notre Dame. It's a very questionable call that I believe should not have been called. That's my own opinion, and it's the opinion of others, that we have Colorado winning, and this is one of the reasons I go through this exercise, is we've got Colorado winning a national championship in 1990, having lost a game, tied a game. So 9-1-1 as a national championship team, first of all. And then beyond that, they had that 5-down debacle against Missouri. And that's not Colorado's fault. They don't officiate the games. They just snap the ball when they tell them to snap the ball. So for anybody out there that blames teams or gets mad at teams that benefited from bad calls, I have this fight with Miami fans all the time. Oh, Miami fans, and this is typically not here, it's over on the Miami channel. The Miami channel is very interesting because I think that's the main place, more so than the other team channels, where they kind of stay to themselves over there on the Miami channel. They just stay there. They rarely come over here. But anyway, we've got a nice contingent of Miami fans. And I've said this many times that I've received more support from Miami fans than any other fan base. So I am not dissing the Miami fans because they've been very good to me overall, but they're a little delusional when it comes to their status, and specifically that game against Ohio State in the Fiesta Bowl, because I don't believe Ohio State was officiating the game. The teams don't officiate the games. So if you're pissed off as a college football fan over some game you got ripped off, like I believe Ohio State, and we had a great Patreon and YouTube membership get together, watch party last week, and we're going to do more of these. Even though I got a copyright strike against me by YouTube, I believe we've got a way around it, and we can do this away from YouTube and without needing YouTube. So we're going to do a number of other games as watch parties, but we had a great time watching Ohio State Clemson from 2019, the playoff game with all the controversial calls. However, I believe that Ohio State got kind of ripped off in that game. Now, it's their own fault that they blew the game. They blew the game anyway. Even with those bad calls, Ohio State blew the game. Clemson played in the clutch. Trevor Etienne, Trevor Lawrence, great job last couple drives. Yes. Ohio State choked the game away. Hate to use that term. They blew the game. Anyway, even with the bad officiating, but there was bad officiating in that game. Do I blame Clemson for that? No. They have nothing to do with it. They didn't officiate the game. Regardless of how poor the game is officiated, we cannot expect the coaches and players to say, you know what, Mr. Official, that was a really bad call against our opponent. We'd like to reverse that. Don't do that to them. No, it's not their fault. So I'm amused by sports fans who have disdain for other teams based on officiating. Corey says that Notre Dame and Michigan are literally twin brothers, very similar history. I think that's spot on. in a number of ways. That is spot on. Yes, Colorado and Georgia Tech split the national championship that season of 1990. If you're into college football history and you're into the controversies that have ensued in particular football seasons, I am going to just about guarantee, I can't guarantee much, and I can't guarantee this, but I'll almost guarantee that you will enjoy our series of disputed national championships. I know our guy Chris has enjoyed this series. 1983, 84, 90, 91, 96, 2000. All of those seasons we've done disputed national championships. And so, did you hear that? That was a serious backfire or something. So anyway, yes, check out the videos. So I do appreciate everybody being here. The one thing that you can do for us here at the Voice of College Football, and really you're doing it for yourself. If you enjoy the content, please hit the like button. And also remember, we've got this Amazon link that we provide in the description section of all the videos. So if you go to any video, you can grab the Amazon link. We've got Amazon capitalized. Grab the link. And you can use that link anytime you go into Amazon. I've tried this out a zillion times with friends who have shopped on Amazon, because I know that when I suggest something to all of you, I don't get the same experience because I'm the owner of the link, so that it might not be the same experience for me. But I've talked to enough people to say, hey, do me a favor, use the Amazon link. Let me know how it works for you. And everyone has said it's the same deal. It's exactly the same. So please use the Amazon link. It's in the description section. Put it somewhere where you will remember it. And also, yes, we've got a Discord that goes along with our Patreon membership and also our memberships here on YouTube. So either join us on Patreon, go to MarkRogersTV on Patreon, patreon.com. You see it on the ticker below. We talk college football there all the time on Discord. Also, my goodness, college football season starts in about 3 months. In about 3 months, college football starts, and we will have my predictions, week-to-week predictions, and then we will also have predictions coming in from a number of your favorite media on a weekly basis. And then also our buddy Steve Merrill from Wager Talk, is everyone listening to me who has ever laid $1 on a game? Steve Merrill, Wager Talk, gave us exclusive picks each week last season. He did the same thing the previous season and maybe the season before. Anyway, he delivers for us an exclusive pick every week against the spread. 13-1 against the spread. It's all time stamped. It's all verified. It's all documented. Just like my record. I can't run from my record. I can't. You go to some of these websites sometimes and you see where this particular person says we're 68% against the spread. Okay, well, you would have to get on the website and you'd have to follow that person from week to week to verify. With me, all my selections for the last 10 years are documented. They're either on videos right here on YouTube or they're on Patreon posts. So I cannot run from my prediction record. And sometime this summer, leading into the season, I will post my college football prediction record year by year. I see these Ohio State and Michigan fans going at it almost every time we do a show. And if we could get all of you to agree, if there was a way for me to communicate to all of you at the same time, oh, that's what I'm doing right now, communicating to all of you at the same time, then I would invite you all to come in at the same time. If we could have like 2 or 3 Michigan fans, 2 or 3 Ohio State fans, maybe we could come to some kind of peaceful conclusion. I doubt it. Yeah, I more than doubt it. I know that that's never going to happen, but maybe I could mediate. Maybe we could draw some logical conclusions to whatever's being argued about right now in the chat between Ohio State and Michigan fans. I would love to see these people get on. We could get on Charisse, Antoine, Dave, Jason, Dependent Fanatic. We could get all you guys on at the same time. Bilal, and we could mediate your whatever you're squabbling about right now concerning Ohio State and Michigan. I also am putting this out there, and this goes for all college football fans. This goes for all college football fan bases. If you have a request for me, please let me know. You can always hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail if you have a request. Ohio State and Michigan fans specifically, but this goes out to all college football fans, but Ohio State, Michigan fans specifically because of the rivalry and because of the contention that we see here all the time. If you have a comparison for me to make, I will take it up. Meaning, if you want me to compare Michigan's quarterback play all time against Ohio State's quarterback play all time, I will do it. If you want me to compare their recruiting classes over the last 20 years, I'll do it. If you want me to compare their television ratings over the last 5 years or 10 years, I'll do it. Who's produced the best running backs? I'll do it. Who's produced the best offensive linemen? I'll do it. Shoot, I might stop this live stream right now and go start working on all of those. In addition to our college football playoff series, challenging the national championships, I would recommend that everyone check out the video that we posted today. All right, everyone. We appreciate you being here. I see no one calling, so we are going to call it a night. See what I did there? No one's calling. We're going to call it a night. We've got no USC show. No USC show tonight. Tuesday, we've got Iowa live at 5:30 Eastern. We've got Nebraska live at 7 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know when the next live show is going to be. When we get to the conclusion, you know what? When I post one more video on the college football playoffs. Thank you, Corey. When we post one more video on the college football playoffs, and when we, again, challenge those championships, then we'll probably do a wrap up to that, and we will do a live stream and have you call in and leave your comments and questions and so forth. And we will continue to go again through the BCS era and back before that. Bilal says, Mark, all of these Wineries fans didn't show their faces before 2021. That's what it's all about. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Bragging rights. It's all about bragging rights here. Okay. It is about bragging rights, and the bragging rights right now depend on the argument. Ohio State has owned this conference, and I state this conference because this is the Big Ten Live Show. Can somebody get Chris and anybody else the link if they want to call, please? Otherwise, I will in a second. Okay. this is the Big Ten live show, so we'll stick to the Big Ten, stating that Ohio State has owned this conference. Pick your set of years in recent times. Last 10 years, the last 15 years, the last 20 years, the last 50 years. Now, if you go back 50 years, Michigan certainly had its times of dominance. At times during the 70s, at times during the 80s, at times during the early 90s, and then a little bit after that. Yes. But overall, Ohio State owns the last 10 years. They own the last 15 years, the last 20 years, the last 50 years. Okay. That's the Ohio State argument. Plain and simple. Okay. The Michigan argument is everything. We want to take all of it. All of it. Okay. As Jason just posted, Michigan has 44 Big Ten championships. Ohio State has 39. They really have 40 because they had one taken away because of the stupid tattoo gate. So in my mind, it's 44-40. Jason may want to include, no, actually, he's not going to want to include. That's not a fair comparison because Chris, we'll get to your call in just a second. If you look up Big Ten championships, let's throw this on the screen. It's kind of an unfair advantage when one school is part of the conference, like way ahead of the other school, and they actually win like 12 Big Ten championships before the other school won any. Let's see here. All-time Big Ten championships year to year. Here we go. All right. We put arguments to rest here at the Voice of College Football, or maybe we just spur them on even more. Here are our Big Ten championships. Wisconsin has a Big Ten championship for going 2-0-1. They played 3 games in the conference. It's a Big Ten championship. Michigan, feel proud of your Big Ten championship in 1898, going 3-0. So Michigan won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 Big Ten championships before Ohio State won 1. Okay. Ohio State won its first Big Ten championship in 1916. So at that point, it was 4-2. It was 5-2. 5-3, 6-3, 7-3, 8-3, 9-3, 10-3, 11-3, 12-3, 13-3. So Michigan in 1934 had a 13-3 lead in Big Ten championships. Okay. But they all count. They all count one. Yes, if you just want numbers. If you want context to the numbers, in my book, I would give more weight to what's happened more recently. Do I care what happened in 1898? Yeah, as another mark of a championship on my team's particular ledger. Sure, that's great. Like if you were going to say, let's take this as an example. Let's say, I'm going to take this outside the Big Ten. Let's say you're a Kansas fan and I'm a Kansas State fan. And let's say that Kansas has 20 conference championships and Kansas State has 10 conference championships. But Kansas won all of its conference championships before 1950. Kansas has 20 conference championships and they're all before 1950. I'm a Kansas State fan and we've got 10 conference championships all since the year 2000. You've got 20 conference championships. I only have 10, but you know what? I'll take my 10. I'll take my 10. I'll take my 10 since the year 2000 rather than your 20 before 1950. That's just me. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. That's just me. We can, if we want to make this a historical argument, it's very clear and easy to do. Ohio State's got the greatest winning percentage of all time. They've got the best winning percentage in college football in the last 20 years, the last 50 years, and second to Alabama in the last 10 years. They have more national championships post World War II in the Big Ten. They have every known statistic in modern college football in the Big Ten. It's just not even debatable. It's not close. Okay. If you want to take all of college football, well, Michigan can say they won more games. Michigan's won more games. Michigan's, what's the national championship count? Not that it matters. Again, they're invalid, many of them, but it's like 8-7 or 8-9, or I don't know what it is. I think Ohio State's got 8. Michigan's got what, 11? And they're all but one are 1948 and before. So Michigan has the all-time bragging rights. And they also have the current bragging rights of back-to-back wins, back-to-back Big Ten championships. If you put everything in terms of anything that anyone watching this live chat, whether it be right now or the thousands that will watch once it posts, in our lifetimes, unless we have somebody watching who is 110 years old, during our lifetimes, Ohio State owns every category. I just tell facts. That's my calling in life, is just to come on here and give facts and tell the truth. Michigan has the all-time series. Michigan has the most Big Ten and national championships and the most Big Ten championships, national championships, the all-time record in the series. Yes, all of that. And most of that was won pre anything we can watch. We can't watch most of that. Ohio State has everything that we can watch on black and white film and in color and in HD. We can watch Ohio State dominate the series. And not dominate the series. That's an overstatement. I take that back. They did not dominate the series until the year 2004, but have the upper hand in the series. And again, NFL players, winning percentage, Rose Bowls, conference championships, national championships. It's all Ohio State's. And that's not debatable. But what's also not debatable, Michigan fans, Ohio State fans, Michigan won the last 2 years. And Michigan won back-to-back Big Ten championships. They are the Big Ten champions right now. They have bragging rights right now. And they won the last 2 games. Tell me, as they say, what is the phrase that I've never used in my life? You know what? I shouldn't use it because I've never used it in my life. I hate using cliche phrases. Prove me wrong. Yes, that's not leaving my mouth. All right. Let's get Chris in here. Chris, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing just fine.
What is it you wanted to tell me? Or what is it you want me to tell you?
That was so long ago, I don't even know.
No, I mean with what did you want me to talk about your titles?
Not at all.
You don't?
No, you were stating several things in the chat that required some type of...
I was just going to clarify something if you don't mind.
Sure.
Is that okay? I don't know. I think you kind of hinted that, at least the way I interpreted it, and maybe I was reading you wrong, but didn't you kind of hint a little bit that Colorado really kind of like a phantom? I guess it wasn't a phantom. You weren't saying they were a phantom champion, but you said there's a phantom clip. And
yes,
let
me be clear that I don't blame Colorado. Colorado had nothing to do with it. Porter just jumped on. Porter, you just missed my rant about Ohio State and Michigan, and I just put the complete history and series into a nutshell. No arguments. It's all done. I'm sorry, Chris. Back to Colorado in 1990. I'm not blaming Colorado. They don't officiate the games.
Well, no, I remember that year. I mean, they began with a game against Tennessee that it looked like Colorado. I think, actually, if I remember correctly, I think Tennessee had to rally to tie it. So that was maybe one little blip already. And then was it Stanford that Colorado had to kind of close out on? And I can't remember who they lost to. There was a team actually that Colorado lost to it initially. Do you remember who that was? I don't think it was.
Was it Illinois?
Oh, okay. Yeah. And I remember that was kind of, I think they had trouble with the quarterback. I mean, Colorado, it wasn't until relative, I mean, just the way I remember it being anyway. They had trouble. I mean, they had Hagen, and I think Charles Johnson was the quarterback they kind of substituted him. I mean, I don't know what the reason was, but supposedly they said that Charles Johnson supposedly was a little bit better of a passer quarterback than Hagen was. Yes. And so I think that Hagen wasn't really equipped to. So I don't know if that really impacted the game at all, but that was one of the reasons why Colorado they put in Charles Johnson against Missouri, I think, in the second half, and then of course they won partly because of the way he played. So I don't know. I guess I don't necessarily agree with you that it's like you're putting an asterisk on it. I don't know if that's really fair to the team because of the way they had to rally to win.
Well, it's not fair to the team, the players, but I'm just trying to be historically accurate.
Well, I know, but
and to be historically accurate would be to say Colorado won and lost games. So they had a 1-loss and 1-tie season, and that does not include receiving a 5th down to win a game against Missouri and receiving a clipping penalty that I don't believe was accurate in the Orange Bowl against Notre Dame. You know, they could have been a 3-loss team.
Right. Well, Tim James, he was, I don't know if it's a clip when you get hit from behind, but he got hit from behind. Is that not a clip? I mean, that's what happened. I mean, I don't know. He's called it like a phantom clip, but whatever it was, it knocked him to the ground and he wasn't able, whether or not he could have closed the gap. I guess that's the question. Could he have closed the gap between him and the Rocket? And I don't know if he could have or not, but once he got hit, that was kind of it's probably why he couldn't do it. But I mean, whether or not he could have done it anyway is kind of that might be your argument, I guess, whether or not he could have closed the gap. Is that kind of what you're saying? He did get hit. Tim James?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was a bad call and that Notre Dame would have won the game. Most likely.
Well, it looked like they were going to win anyway. I mean, that's part of the reason why Colorado won was they had that they called the touchdown back that actually it was a touchdown by Notre Dame that looked like it was going to end the game for, put Notre Dame on top.
Colorado would have gotten the ball back with like 45 seconds left in the game with a horrible passing attack.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that part's probably true. They probably couldn't have rallied to win it, but so I agree with you on that. But I don't know. I kind of wonder if the clip itself looked to me like it was a clip. So whether or not they should have called it a clip, I guess that's a good question, or whether they should have called it or not. But he was hit. It wasn't that he wasn't hit.
It was a strange college football season. I don't truly believe that either one of those teams was the best team. I think that there were other far better teams than either one of those teams that shared the championship. Yeah.
Like who?
Like Miami, like Florida State.
Miami lost to Brigham Young.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, well.
I know.
Brigham Young wasn't that great.
In my opinion, I'm not saying that I would take action like that they should be awarded a national championship. Those are two different things. I'm not saying that Miami should be given a national championship in 1990. I'm just stating an opinion having watched this season.
Well, then the team that Miami beat in the Cotton Bowl, Colorado beat Texas. So I think that might be why they put Colorado up there pretty high. That was one of the teams Colorado beat was Texas.
Yeah, we've got the Colorado schedule right here. They beat Texas. They beat Texas 29-22.
And I think that was in at Texas.
Yes.
So, and then that was with a pretty good Texas team. I think they were pretty good that year, weren't they?
Oh, so like they were really good. They entered the Cotton Bowl 10-1. Now Miami completely annihilated them.
Sure.
what was that, 46-3?
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, Texas got blown out in the Cotton Bowl. I do remember that. They Miami showed up in the kind of, what did they wear, the camouflage or something? They kind of,
Yes.
I don't know what the reason was behind it, but they showed up in camouflage.
Yes. They were just, that was their part of their swag, part of their image. Just to do
Yeah, and they beat Texas real bad.
Yes, they did. They set a record for penalties in that game. They were so just blatantly disrespectful and just had all sorts of unsportsmanlike penalties, but they didn't care because they were just destroying them so badly.
I think Miami started out 0-2 that year, didn't they?
That's a good question. I know that they lost the opener against BYU.
Yeah, that was an upset. Actually, Miami almost, that was kind of a game where it could have gone either way. I know BYU won, but it was close. That was a close game.
Yeah, so Miami lost actually to Notre Dame 29-20 in their 6th game.
Oh, okay. I don't know why they started. I don't know why I thought they started 0-2. I guess it was. I know they were kind of in Dutch for losing to BYU. I don't think that people didn't expect that to happen.
Their big wins that year, they beat Iowa, who went to the Rose Bowl and won the Big Ten. They beat number 2 Florida State 31-22. They beat, I don't remember that year how good Pitt and Boston College were. They beat, beat Texas 46-3. They had a close game at San Diego State, 30-28.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember. I really don't remember how good San Diego State was, but that might have been one of the years where I know BYU, I think, played Texas A&M in the. That's what there was a little bit of controversy because BYU had a pretty good record. I think the only team they'd really got loose to was Oregon, and I think that was kind of a close game. Or no, I don't know if it was that close, but Bill Musgrave, I think, was the quarterback for Oregon that year, and so it was. Anyway, Oregon beat BYU, and I think BYU still thought they should have been, I guess, in the chase, and then they didn't think that Texas A&M was going to be any good, and I think Texas A&M just routed them pretty bad, 65-10 or 14 or something like that. Texas A&M, they beat them really bad in the Holiday Bowl.
Yep. I think you hit it on 65-14.
Well, it should have been even worse than that. I think it was like, I know Ty Detmer, I think he had a separated shoulder, or maybe even, they said he separated one of his shoulders, and then I think they put him back in and he separated his other shoulder. He actually had 2 separated shoulders in one game. It was pretty bad. It was, I don't know, Texas A&M really took it personal. I think they, I remember leading into the game, there was a player, I don't know who it was, maybe you can tell me his name. He said, watch, they were, I don't know what it was. It was like ambush almost. He said, watch for number 11, I think is who it was. And boy, they really stuck it to BYU that game. It wasn't even close.
Our guy Porter is holding us accountable here and asking, is this still about the Big Ten? So
okay.
do you have anything about the Big Ten, Chris? I should be saying the Big Ten beat. I'm not. I know.
Yeah, if you want to talk, I just and I don't want to take your time up. I just you indicated, I guess, where this championships. I think it's probably pretty close. I think Michigan has at least 10 or 11 titles, and I haven't really gone into to find out actually what seasons those were, but I don't know. Do you think they get diminished the farther along or farther in time than they are from the present? I mean, I don't know that I look at it quite that way. But
I think it's a great discussion to have because I
don't think
both opinions are valid. I think the opinion that championships are championships, and whether you won one in 1898 or in 2022, it's a championship and it counts one. That is true. That's unmistakable. And if you just want to count, but if you want to give some nuance and perspective, yes, I also agree with the stance that there can be a legitimate argument that, hey, we've been better more recently, therefore it means more. Like I just pointed out to all the Michigan fans, and they don't want to hear this, but it's the truth. Most of their significant wins, and I am one who is not all about national championships, but that's what the conversation was about at the time. that their national championships, aside from one, we can't look these games up on YouTube. We can't find them. They're not on film. They're not on video. They exist. I'm not discounting that they exist. I'm not discrediting that they exist, but I'm just underlining the point that most of their gaudy statistics all time were built up early in their history, as opposed to Ohio State. Ohio State, it's not even close, has been the more dominant program in the last fill in the blank 10 years, 20 years, 50 years.
Yeah. Well, I understand that. No, I understand that. I think there was a time frame, wasn't there, when if I remember correctly, who was the coach at Ohio State where they had a really good team, but for some reason they didn't ever seem to. Maybe you can tell me who that was. There was like a stretch of time there where they couldn't beat Michigan for a while.
John Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper. That's who it was.
Yeah.
That didn't really did that diminish the program, or is that just kind of the way it kind of goes? I mean, you're not going to beat your top rival every year. I know, for example, sorry, my phone's ringing. But like Brigham Young in Utah, I think Utah has a pretty strong advantage over Brigham Young. Sorry about my phone. It was ringing. Are you there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess my point is, even though they're not in the same conference, and I think Utah would win. I mean, I don't know if it was. I think it might even been more than, or I don't know for sure, but it really wasn't. I mean, you have to win a fair number of games to really. I don't know. It might be one of those deals where Utah might not consider BYU to be their rival. I don't know, because they win a higher percentage to where it's not really. I mean, when BYU beats Utah, that's like kind of an unexpected thing, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
That's why when they do it, it's like it's kind of a big deal. They used to call it the Holy War, and I think now it's called the Deseret Duel. And I don't know how you feel about it, but with the realignment and all that, I don't know what. I guess I'm not quite sure where you stand on it. If you feel like they should just kind of, because one of the things I kind of wonder, 18 doesn't seem to me like to be a very. I mean, that's almost kind of a strange place to. I think maybe you either stop at 16 or maybe you keep adding it until you get to really understand what that 18 really does for the Big Ten. I mean, maybe you can help me understand that.
Well, I understand your point that 16 seems like a more workable number, but the additional 2 all depends on who those 2 are, and if they bring value to the conference. You can certainly run a conference with 18 teams.
Well, isn't it going to be Oregon and Washington? I mean, isn't that the teams? I mean, I thought that would.
The news came out a few weeks ago, if you recall, that Oregon and Washington had been vetted and cleared by the Big Ten to join the Big Ten. That doesn't mean they're joining the Big Ten. That means that the Big Ten vetted and cleared them. Whatever their stipulations, they went through the vetting process and cleared those 2 programs.
Well, I don't quite. I guess maybe I'm so clueless I can't understand exactly, but I would think that would be the maybe the last thing before they actually formally invited, or am I way off base on that?
You may or may not be. See, that's the big mystery. Nobody knows that.
Oh, okay.
And I'm even talking about people that cover it on a daily basis in the media that are insider types like Brett McMurphy and those people, Pete Thamel, that they don't know.
Do they, when they consider, because I mean, I understand that you look at a lot of different things, I'll put them all together, but they just kind of mostly focus on the history maybe? I mean, those are 2 historically pretty good at programs. So is that maybe kind of what they're zeroing in on, do you think?
I hope not.
Oh, really? Well, that would work to your advantage, really, because you wanted them to, you said Miami, which is, not that Miami's not a bad, they're still pretty decent, but really the only team that I would necessarily think that I would fit in the Big Ten that would make sense to me would be Florida State. But I don't know if maybe it's just because they're a natural rival. Maybe you have to get them both there, put them both in there.
Well, the history is fine and good, but I think it's better to determine whether that history is still viable, if it still counts, if it's still, I don't mean counts as to whether we count it. We of course count it, but as whether it pertains to what's going on right now. What's more important to the Big Ten or any conference in bringing on new members is how good they're going to be and how much value they're going to bring today and going forward, not what's happened 50 years ago.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, Florida State, I think, is, they had a pretty good season, really. I mean, weren't they like 10-3 or something like that?
Yes.
I mean, they had a good year. I don't know that you could say that they were. I don't think they were anything other than very good, but I don't know if you want to make it to where, well, they aren't quite up to where they need to be. I guess. I mean, maybe the bar is so high over there too that maybe even that's not quite where they want to be. But and I know at Miami, I mean, they just haven't been able to get things going along for some reason. But maybe it takes time to new coach and all that. I'm thinking that might take. I don't think that just happens overnight, does it? Bringing in a new coach and all of a sudden you know how to do everything he wants.
Depends who it is and at what program.
Do you think, knowing I don't know a whole lot about him, do you think that was the good hire for him, though, for him to? And why did he leave Oregon? I don't quite understand that.
Well, first of all, he played at Miami.
Oh, okay.
He graduated from Miami.
He's an alum?
Yes.
Does that help with, like, I mean, I'm guessing that might help with, like, or what do you call it when you bring in money from the, does that help with, what do they call it?
No, I just think that most coaches or most people are more attracted to working for the school in which they graduated than somewhere off in some other part of the country.
Well, no, I just I know he had that kind of Oregon there. He kind of they had a trouble for whatever reason beating Utah, but other than that, they seem to be pretty good. I don't know what the problem was with Utah, why they couldn't beat Utah, but I mean, they seem to be right where they needed to be with them, and so I'm not quite sure exactly why he wasn't fired, was he?
No, not at all.
They didn't rise to the challenge is what it was, but maybe that was just because Utah had a really good team.
No, he did not get fired. He wanted to go to Miami.
Oh, okay.
He was in no jeopardy of getting fired. He had just won the Rose Bowl in 2019. Won the Pac-12 championship in 2020, and then in 2021 got back to the Pac-12 championship game against, of course, as you just said, Utah.
Right, but those games were kind of lopsided, weren't they? I mean, they weren't. I mean, it might just be because
to get him fired.
Oh, okay.
No, he just went 10-4 and went to the Pac-12 championship game.
Well, but do you think he would have left Oregon if if he hadn't lost those games? Or I mean, they probably would have wanted to keep him, right? I mean,
I think he went to Miami because that's where he's familiar and that's where he enjoys living and wants to live and has pride in the university in which he played and won a national championship as a player, and he wants to do great things at Miami.
Do you have any explanation for why they don't seem to quite be, where they need to be right now? Is there a good explanation for it?
My explanation, I don't have a good one, but I think that Miami has been down for almost 20 years now because they've done a poor job of hiring head coaches. And the reason I know that is that other than Mark Richt,
right,
who of course was a highly successful coach at Georgia and did a nice job at Miami, but since he stepped down at Miami, I think because of his physical issues, we understand that that's just, I'm going to put that to the side because I just think that Mark Richt wasn't necessarily on top of his game because of what we know now are his physical issues, unfortunately.
Oh.
But he is the only coach, so take him out of the mix, since Butch Davis,
right,
who last was in Miami in the year 2000. Since then, think about this.
Yeah.
Every coach they have hired has not been successful at the Power 5 level before Miami or after Miami. None of them.
Larry Coker?
Was he successful after he was at Miami?
I'm asking you, I guess. I don't really know.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, they haven't made a good hire.
Uh-huh.
They've all been terrible hires.
Uh-huh. You didn't like the Penn State hire? I can't think of his name off the top of my head. You didn't think he was a good hire?
Al Golden?
No.
Manny Diaz.
Yeah, Diaz. You didn't think that he got anybody to, I mean, it seemed like they weren't really playing up to their potential, but you don't think that was a good hire? I kind of thought about it. I know Temple wanted him, which I don't know. You can say whatever you want about Temple, but
hired him.
Well, I think they hired him, but it was like there were like a day or two before he left. Right?
They hired him.
For like 2 days.
Yeah, he signed the contract. He was the head coach at Temple
for like 2 days.
Yeah, and left.
Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it? I mean, what's not all? I mean, that's kind of a weird situation.
He got offered a better job and left. I don't know how
Okay.
ethical that is, but we lost Chris. Anyway, we were talking about we were just, I don't know, we were just off rambling about whatever. So one more time, if anyone wants to call the show, I am here. We released our 2023 program rankings. Again, check out the videos. They've been well received, so they must be decent. And then we did a big call-in show last night reviewing all the program rankings. So that will continue to be a topic that we can discuss if you want to poke holes in my program rankings. We are going to wait for 6 weeks until we do our all-time program rankings, because not to confuse the two, these are program rankings in the here and now versus rankings all time. Okay. And then also we started our series on challenging national championships. So I'm at least going to have a lot of fun doing that, because that's just one of those things we do here at the Voice of College Football. Appreciate everybody being here. Make it on back next Monday. Next Monday, I won't be in the seat, but next Monday, yes. And then also, we've got a big Tuesday, as always, with our Iowa show at 5:30 Eastern, Miami at 7 Eastern. And again, we're just going to pound you with quality content going forward. I guess Jason is not going to let us end this show. Jason's here to talk anything but Michigan. Hello, Jason. Jason, hello.
Mark, I don't have much to. Yeah, I'll let you finish. I just want.
Oh, that's all right.
I never got a chance to talk to you. I don't have much to say. I just want to say Happy Memorial Weekend to you. I hope you had a good weekend.
Memorial Weekend to you. Thank you.
And I'll see you. Thanks, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Jason. I was actually going to ask Jason whether my rant on Ohio State and Michigan and the bragging rights for each made sense. And as long as, not that I need the approval of all of you, take that the right way, but I don't know that any Ohio State or Michigan fan, even though they may not have liked everything I had to say about distinguishing the rivalry and who has bragging rights, again, it's all I just spit out a bunch of facts. This is why Michigan fans can brag. And I laid it all out. This is why Ohio State fans can brag. And I laid it all out. And it was all just not debatable in any way. All right. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. Again, we'll be back here on Tuesday at 5:30 Eastern with Iowa Live. That's over on the Iowa channel. You know, I should probably remind people of this or enlighten people to this a number of times, because I guess we do this every day and I'm just cranking out content and I assume that everyone knows what's going on. But there's a lot of people that I've come across and we're taking the fan base poll, and I'm going to release that pretty soon. So Michigan fans are going to be awfully happy that you're leading in the fan voting by a pretty sizable margin. But please vote for your team. Hit me up at MarkRogersTV at Gmail. Let me know who you root for. And we are tallying all that up. I'll release another batch because we got hundreds more emails in, hundreds more votes. So I'm going to retally. I keep a running tote. And then in addition to that, we've got a newsletter that we're going to start working on. So you'll want to line up for the newsletter that's going to be released on a regular basis here at the Voice of College Football. So I'm excited about that. We did a newsletter every week for about, I'm going to guess, a year. It's been so long ago, I lost track. But I enjoyed doing it because I would just give kind of a snapshot take on a certain topic in college football and hit you all with a bunch of stats, facts, and trends. And it was a good time and people received the newsletter well. We're going to come back with the newsletter. We're going to do that going forward. All right. Let's hear from our buddy Porter. How's it going, Porter?
Well, I got the sense that there were some people that wanted to keep the show going, so I thought I'd call in. But
Well, thanks for the call.
it was good to hear from you. Good.
Yeah.
I would enjoy the discussion. As an SEC guy, are you guys going to do anything on the SEC meetings this week in Destin?
Yes. So I would hope that we're going to hear something about the schedule, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll hear what else comes out of those meetings. Maybe Jimbo's going to go after Nick Saban. I don't know. I just have a forethought that could possibly happen.
Well, it's been good for him the last 2 years. He went after him 2 years ago and they won, and then he went after him last year and he got within a play of winning. So maybe he'll play it for a third time. I don't know, but yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. Sorry to hijack the Big Ten show.
That's fine.
But yeah, I think it's going to be exciting to go to find out. I think we are going to find out if we're going to stay at eight games or go to 9, and then also who our I guess our permanent rivals will be. That will be interesting. So I know Feinbaum on ESPN is going to be all over it, so that'll be interesting. I guess I'll be at my desk at work, streaming the show while because I'm sure there'll be some things that'll come out. But I think it's going to be probably one of the more interesting spring meetings for the SEC, just because there's so much up in the air right now. Not just the schedule, but also with Texas and Oklahoma coming in.
Well, it's not a regular thing that you bring 2 programs like that into your conference. This is something that happened 11 years ago, and then it happened 21 or 2 years before that. So this doesn't happen very often. And to bring in the likes of Texas and Oklahoma and then determine how they're going to be inserted into the league, both from a format standpoint of divisions or pods, and then also the schedule, that's big news. We're all looking forward to that. I can't wait for it. I've already made all sorts of videos to recommend this or that, but we'll see what they come up with.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know. I don't think Texas can say a whole lot about A&M, because I think A&M, when they first announced they were interested in coming, I think A&M was not crazy about the idea, but I think they, for the good of the league, just backed down and didn't really put up a fight. So that game is going to be played every year, the A&M Texas game, which is good for college football. And then obviously Oklahoma will be played. Whether or not it's still a neutral site, we'll see about that. It probably will be. I think unfortunately my neutral site game in Jacksonville is probably going to go away, I'd say within the next 4 or 5 years, which makes me sad. But I think probably that game will still be played at the Cotton Bowl.
Who do you want to be determined to be Georgia's permanent games?
Well, if we're talking 3, I think that it would be Auburn, Florida, and South Carolina. And the reason why I say South Carolina is they look at us when they first came in the league in '92. They looked at us as their big rival, and they really, when it gets down to it, we try to say they're not a rival, but they are. They've given us some great games over the years. They hate us. We hate them. It's usually our first big game in September. It's hot as you know how hot Columbia is in September. It's miserable usually when you go over there, but it's a fun game. But I think for the good of the league, I think it needs to be South Carolina, just because I think South Carolina looks at us as their number one rival. So I think that would be good. I think if it's not South Carolina, it would probably be Kentucky, maybe. I just think the Florida and the Auburn game just is there's just too much history there.
Yeah, those are the 3 I suggested, and that's no great work of art. That's fairly obvious. Those are the 3 I went with as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think those are. I know Tennessee. Really, Tennessee, Georgia's not a is not a historic rival. I mean, in that we didn't really play them. It's almost like LSU, and it's almost like Auburn and LSU. It's a great rivalry, but it really started when they went to divisions.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that LSU Auburn games produced some great games, but it's not. They're not a historic rival. Kind of like how us and Tennessee are. We went. The SEC was weird back in the 50s and 60s. You would go many years without playing, even though you were in a conference of 10 people, you would only play 6 conference games, and you would go at 6-10 years, 6-8 years without playing another conference foe, which is weird.
Yeah.
But that's just how it was. And not everybody played the same number of conference games.
Yeah, that should never happen in any conference, but it has in other conferences as well. So,
yeah. Hey, and I was thinking the other day, just to turn this back to the Big Ten. By the way, I'm sorry I missed your. I'm sure I can go back and listen to it. The Michigan Ohio State comparison.
I was off talking about something else, and I'm just noticing in the chat is nothing but Ohio State and Michigan fans just arguing about things that they argue about every day. And so I said, I know we're never going to come to the end of this argument. There's never going to be an end. It's going to go on endlessly, and that's fine. That's good for business. But let me size this up. And so I thought it was pretty easy and regimented to size up. These are all the reasons why Michigan can brag, and these are all the reasons Ohio State can brag. And really, they're not debatable. They're very clear cut. There's a very clear distinction.
Okay. Well, how about as an SEC guy, can I give you mine?
Sure.
Between the two. Michigan's got an awesome helmet, but Ohio State has a really good helmet. But that Michigan helmet is just so iconic.
Okay.
So love the banner that they hop up and tip as they come onto the field. I think it's kind of cool. But Michigan's got more wins, but I don't know. It's just to me, the modern era just matters more. And I think Ohio State just has more to point to in the modern era. So I would give Ohio State the advantage with that. And because if you don't have the modern era, you capture the youth, you capture the media. And to me, that's what Ohio State has to really promote is the fact they've dominated the series. They've won multiple national championships. So I would say, to me, I give Ohio State an advantage just because of what they've done in the modern era. But I will say this about Michigan: they got one of one of my favorite cinematic scenes ever. You remember the scene in The Big Chill?
The Big Chill. I did not see that. No.
Tom Berenger and they're a bunch of Michigan student or alums that come back for a buddy's funeral, and they all go back and they watch a football game together, a Michigan game. It was a pretty popular movie back in the 80s.
Yeah, I'm well aware of it. Yep.
And they all watch a Michigan game. It's a great scene because it's like me with my college buddies watching a football game. We're all mad and I don't know. It's to me, it's a great, as far as college football goes, it's a cinematic event. And it's almost as good as remember the one in Godfather 2 where the guy's sitting around watching the Notre Dame Southern Cal game in Godfather 2. Do you remember that one?
I've got one of my best friends is a big movie guy, and he one of his go-to phrases is to state that the Godfather series is the most overrated movie series ever. I've never seen The Godfather. I have no interest in watching any of the Godfather movies.
Well, they have a scene where the guy said, and he's a Jewish immigrant from Israel, and he's in South Florida, and one of the Corleones goes down, and he's sitting there and goes, one of the things I love about America is he didn't say college football in the afternoon. it was a Southern Cal at Notre Dame game, but
Yes.
another classic cinematic
Yes.
college football moment. So
It's arguably the greatest movie of all time, right?
well, number two. This was number two.
Well, isn't Godfather 2 supposed to be the better of the? What were they? 3, 4, 3?
Yeah, there were three. Three was not great. Two was a little bit better than 3. I'd say Godfather 1 was the best one.
Okay.
But
yeah, I if we're going to talk about classic TV, then that's my wheelhouse. I've watched all those shows a million times, but I don't have enough patience to sit through too many movies.
Well, I have a better memory of the 80s and 90s. Let's just say that. I've got 3 kids, so I can't really sit around and watch movies either. But anyway, I just remember those two movies where they bring in college football and anyway. Anyway, anything else going on? Anything else you want to discuss? I will say that real quick. This came.
Yep.
I was thinking about Ohio State the other day. Somebody was talking about the kind of the coaches. Have you ever seen 2 programs? Let me talk about Georgia and Ohio State real quick. Have you ever seen 2 programs that had 3 consecutive head coaches hired, and every hire was better than the previous one? I think about Cooper, Tressel, and Urban.
Meyer, sure.
Donnan, Richt, Kirby Smart.
Okay, I agree with both of those. Okay.
But
Yeah.
I can't think of another program that had 3 consecutive hires where the hire the next hire was better than the previous hire. Can you think of any? Because you can't go like I was thinking about Notre Dame. You had Parsegian, and then you had the guy from Missouri, Dan Devine.
Yeah.
And then obviously the disaster they had with Lou Holtz. Jerry Faust.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just
maybe you could argue, although I would say Stoops' tenure was better than Lincoln Riley's, but if you go Blake, Stoops, Riley, that's possible. Yeah, that's difficult. I'm not coming up with any right there. No.
Well, I would say, just for my Ohio State people in the chat, I would say that's probably another feather in Ohio State's cap when they're in the comparison between the 2 schools. Ohio State has really done a great job of hiring coaches. They've not hired a dud since. Probably not in my lifetime, because you went from Woody Hayes to
Earl Bruce.
To Bruce. It was Cooper right after Bruce?
Yes.
Those are all solid hires. I know people don't like Cooper, but
yeah, he didn't beat Michigan. But
heck, he went to Notre Dame. I remember him beating Notre Dame when Notre Dame was really good in the 90s, and I remember him winning a Rose Bowl when they beat, Arizona State. He had some really good teams. Very very comparable to what Mark Richt did at Georgia. Just couldn't quite get over the hump.
Yeah, he had 2 teams that finished number 2 in the country in the final poll that were number 1 most of the season. So, yeah, with 1 more win or 2 more wins, his legacy would be completely different.
Yeah. That's funny you say that, because Rick had a number 2 finish and a number 3 finish. So
yeah, I would say that Rick had a better run at Georgia than Cooper did at Ohio State, although it's fairly close. But Rick had a better winning percentage. Now, Cooper took over at a time at Ohio State was Bruce had kind of left the cupboard bare, and Cooper had to lift the talent level. So his first season was really ugly, 4-6-1, last losing season at Ohio State. And then they were okay for 89, 90, 91, 92, the year that they lost to Georgia in the Citrus Bowl. They were all like fringe top 25 teams. And then they got it rolling after that. Then, 10-1-1, 11-1, 11-1, 10-3, 11-1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it seemed like, and again, this is, I was going to Georgia at the time, but it seemed like Ohio State didn't really take that next step in the mid 90s until they really got some really impressive offensive linemen. Would you say that's correct? I mean, some of those offensive linemen are just iconic.
Yes. They had to improve in a number of areas. Their passing attack was pretty outdated as well prior to that. Yeah, they just needed an overall talent upgrade across the board. I did a video a couple of years ago that was a lot of fun where I basically made, you hear these terms thrown out all over the place, like they're relevant, they're not relevant, they're down, they're not down, are they back? When people throw those out, I always ask, what do you mean? What is Texas going to have to do to be back in your eyes? So I actually defined what being down was to me. And what I defined it as was going at least 3 seasons without contending for a conference championship. And by contending for a conference championship, being in the conference race in the final 2 weekends of the season meant you were in the conference championship. And even though that was a down time for Ohio State, 87 to 92, they didn't go more than 2 years without contending and playing for the conference championship the final weekend of the season. You have to go back before Woody Hayes, by at least that definition. I'm not saying that's the definition. That's just the one I configured. You have to go back before Woody Hayes into the 1930s. Even in the 40s, they didn't hit that criteria. You've got to go back into the 30s to find the last time Ohio State was down by that metric.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, I was 8 years old when he punched that Clemson linebacker. So I kind of barely remember him.
Yeah.
But I really, my first team I remember Ohio State was the 79 team with Leicester. And so I guess Bruce was there,
9 seasons.
79 through, he was there 9 seasons. Okay. And who did they remind me, who did they beat in that Cotton Bowl? What I remember about
Texas A&M, Jackie Sherrill.
Okay, I remember they beat somebody in the Cotton Bowl. I remember all the players jumping on Bruce at the end of the game. I just couldn't remember who that was. So
yeah, what was funny about that Cotton Bowl was Earl Bruce dressed like any other football coach did at that time, but Jackie Sherrill wore a suit on the sidelines. He was well attired, and Earl Bruce did not tell anyone what he was going to do. What he did was, they were out on the field for pregame warmups. He was dressed like he always was. And then before they came out for the kickoff, he went back into the locker room. He changed and he came out with a full suit on, tie, fedora.
Yeah.
Was dressed to the hilt.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they went out there, they went crazy and they whipped Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And he wore that for the rest of his career. He wore a suit. He only had one more season at Ohio State, but he wore a suit the rest of his career.
How about that? Was Tom Zach the quarterback on that team?
That was post Tom Zach. That was Jim Carsados was the quarterback. Tom Zach's last year was 84, and he took them to the Rose Bowl. And then Tom Zach's got some kind of distinction where he might, where he played in a Rose Bowl and then for a Super Bowl championship team, even though he didn't play the next season for the Bears. There's some kind of distinction there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then real quick, I'm sorry to keep you on this late, but I also remember a name. Was it Tom Tupa? Was that a
Yes.
guy?
I almost spit out his name when I said Jim Carsados. Carsados was the quarterback in 85, 86. Then it was Tom Tupa, who was also the punter.
Yeah. That's whenever that comes up. When somebody brings up a punter / quarterback, I always bring up that guy's name because I remember that distinctly that he punted and played quarterback. So,
and he had a long career in the NFL.
Yep.
He didn't play quarterback much, but he was a backup quarterback for like 13 years.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. All right, Mark. Have a good rest of have a good week coming up.
Absolutely.
Good talking to you.
The guy that I would consider to be, off the top of my head, the greatest quarterback / punter in NFL history, I had his poster on my wall when I was a little kid. I was a huge fan. Do you know who that was?
Danny White. Was Danny
White?
Yep.
Yes.
I do remember that. I believe me, I'm a Falcons guy. I shouldn't say hate. I don't hate anybody for being great, but he absolutely crushed me one year. So I just
in the 1980 playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite Falcons teams, and
it's a great Atlanta team. They were 12-4 hosting the playoffs. Yeah,
I shouldn't say that. I don't hate anybody that's great.
Sure, I get it.
What I meant was it's just tough memories. So anyway.
Yeah, I was as you were devastated, I was elated at the same time. I was a big Cowboys fan. So yeah, they scored like 2 touchdowns in the last like 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that was. I tell you what, back then in the 70s, they for a guy from Ohio like yourself to be a fan, boy, they sure had a heck of a reach as far as their fan base goes.
Because I was a hardline Ohio guy in everything, but the Cowboys just captured me.
Yeah. It's just funny how that this fan base, how that works. But anyway, enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, Porter. I did as well. All right. Have a good night. It's our guy, Porter, Georgia fan, big college football fan. Love reminiscing with Porter and all of you. And again, we do have our program rankings out for 2023. They're not all-time rankings. They are in the here and now. Check them out. And also the live stream we delivered last night. Yes, Jason, the flex defense, Tom Landry, and yes, the Cowboys. The guy who invented the 4-3 defense. I will make that argument if we ever move into professional football that the most innovative coach in the history of the NFL is one Tom Landry. All right, everyone, we appreciate it. Iowa, Nebraska live shows on Tuesday. Please join us then. And in the meantime, enjoy the content. Have a good night.